First, hello Scott. How's it going? Just browsing around on Twitter because there's some interesting conversations that are happening, and I think we're gonna discuss like a couple of them today. At least one. I want to bring up one because it's also been discussed inside of our community as well. So I think it's gonna be interesting. Hopefully we can dive into that a little bit today. And then obviously as well, we should do some work, right? Let's see. Switch over to the main screen. Hey Alex, welcome to the community. Saw you join yesterday, I think. Great to have you. Yeah, but let me give you like a quick overview, right? Like I'm still working on the roofs. I think we need to still work on some pieces here. Let me fateful list. I think we're gonna start out with a little bit of work, then we're gonna dive into like some of the discussion topics for today, and I think it's gonna be about the recent report that came out from the TIGA. We're gonna be talking about that a little bit, and we'll see. But yeah, let's see. So got a couple more roofs to do, but I've done a little bit of work on the thatched roofs, like on the back end. So this is done behind the streams. So I think we can still refine them a little bit because we have like gaps, which is not great. What is that on? It's on these roofs, right? Okay. I think we're gonna start out with those first. Then, let's see, what else do we need to do? Roof, wood, 6 meter tall. It might be some of these guys here. Oh no, these two guys. So these two guys still need to be done, and then these 4 guys. Yes. Hey, Arthur Morgan. Great to see you here, all the way from Russia. Awesome to have you here. Welcome to the chat. Also, hi, sir. Saurav. Sorry. How are you doing? Okay, first let's fix these roofs. Should be like quite an easy fix. Let's make sure that we instance them instead. Yes. Getting a little bit of a gap. I do not want that. Just gonna squish this in. Oh shit! Saurav is in the middle of an artist. That's awesome. I hope the artist is going well. How are you feeling about it so far? Oh, the apples! Great to see you back. Let's see, probably gonna squish this in slightly as well. We do also need to check that with the other roofs too. Because that's the issue, right? Like if I move it, like it's not gonna translate to the other pieces, so we need to kind of do that on the other roof pieces as well. And make sure that they still work. Just like a little bit of a mess right now. Just pushing and pulling a little bit. Oh, something is wrong with the UVs here. Did that happen? Right. Okay. So those two should be fixed now. I'm currently working on the day before. Oh god. Okay. Are you working as a volunteer? Because that's one controversial topic to just throw in there. Saraf is saying, even though it's just a basic prop, making it from start to finish is still scary, but it's almost done. Nice. Okay, so a little bit scary, but you're feeling confident about it, right? That your channel's like a treasure trove for an environment artist? That's awesome. Happy to help. What's happening here, though? Oh, that's just... I don't think that's too bad. Let's see. That's looking quite good. We obviously need to... We need to change the position of them because I changed the pivot points. So... That... Let's see... Yeah, let's fix those blueprints first while we're at it. Hey, Brigitte! Nah, volunteers don't work on the game itself. I'm a paid 3D artist. Fair enough. Yeah. Happy to still see you here, though. Let's see. Trim. The whole thing just not aligned to the grid. 700. Oh no, that's 8,200. Having some issues here though. Did I scale them? No. Time for some medieval goodness again. Let's go! How are you both doing, Brigitte and Sarah? So we have the top trim that kind of finishes that off. Why does that look so different? Because it sort of matches here though. Let's maybe see. I forget to re-import them or something. No. Hi Vivek! Hello, hello! Got a bunch of people coming in. It's lovely to see you all here. Today we're just gonna continue working on some roofs. So I still need to finish like a couple more. I hope that we can get them done today. And that basically means that we finished all of these assets. So like all the building modules, like all of this stuff is gonna be finished. Apart from the purple ones, and the purple ones are ones that I'm not sure about, or are things that are made out of stone, which is gonna be not for the current phase, but probably for the next one. Yeah, gonna see how far we get. And then we're also gonna be discussing some of the news as well, because there was like an interesting discussion that was happening both on our Discord and also on Twitter. So we're gonna have a look at that. I'm gonna give my opinions on it too. We'll see. Like, it's weird. Like, this stuff matches here. And I didn't scale it in the engine. Huh. It goes over a little bit, but not that much. Brigitte is doing good so far. How about you? Yeah, I'm doing great. Ready to get some work done. The apples is asking for a breakdown of an organic ground. Does someone have something to share for me, please? What kind of organic ground, right? Because that's like a very broad category that you're talking about. Let's see, so maybe just slightly squish that in. What's that look like before and after? Let's try this. Because it does... Oh, wait. So... Wait, this is... I was just lazy when I was building this. What the hell was I doing? Place it with this guy. Okay. Oh yeah, and for people that are new, if you have any questions, anything that you want to bring up in terms of discussions, feel free to do so. I'll be happy to discuss it. Like, this is more of like a chill work along stream, right? So feel free to ask any questions or anything like that. While we work. Let's see, so 8,000. That's a bit better already. If we then import this guy. Lazy bonk. Lazy bonk. I'm just looking at all the measurements here because... Wait, an easy way to test this. I'm gonna save this guy. We put the roof here and then we just like slap some thatch onto it. Right? Like that works nice. That fits really nice. Right, that's kind of how we want it. Can't really see the seam all that much. So that just means that something It's gone awry. I'm gonna be doing is I'm just gonna reconstruct this. Screw it. Hey, thanks for sharing those links, Scott. That's awesome. Oh, wait, didn't like the XP tutorials go free? Let me have a look. Oh no, Patreon members receive free tutorials. Okay. Oh no, they did go free. Yeah, let's have a look. Like, you can just download them now? Interesting. I completely forgot about that. They have a good collection of them though. Stardust environment art concept. Creating tileable textures in ZBrush. Very cool. Positioning game worlds. There's some of them that I have watched, like the ones from Florentino. Yeah, okay. I actually need to check these out then. I need to check them out. Okay, and we slap the roof on it. Boom. That works. I don't know what was going on before. No idea. Now we just need to shit to place. Nice. That is a great question, Arthur. Is it possible for someone from Russia to start working in a studio like Ubisoft or Rockstar these times? We don't have educational programs at universities, except some courses, so I'm self-taught. I have no idea. I think the main worry there is just because the ongoing war, right? Like, I don't even know what terms of freedom of mobility like people from inside of Russia have when they want to work for like an external company. I honestly have no idea. Like, the closest that I know is like a friend of mine who went back to Russia before this all started, before the war started. And then I think he's currently living in like another country. Because he didn't want to get caught up in the draft and all that. It was, yeah, not really supportive of the war. So I know that he still works for a studio, but that's like an edge case, you know? So I have no idea. In fact, like, even if we don't take into account like the current conflict, right? I have no real idea on if there were like good courses. Right? Like the person that I was talking about, he did grow up in Russia and he did work with me at Ubisoft. So there was a chance at a certain point. I just don't know what that chance is now. I have no clue. It's very hard for me to say anything about that. Okay, so these roofs, they work. I mean, I would be curious if anyone else knows about it. Like, it's pretty niche. But, yeah. I have no clue, honestly. Okay, so those roofs are done. They work. Split this guy off again. Where are the... Yeah, it seems complicated at the moment, but normally I imagine it would be easy enough providing your portfolio is good. You can require whatever visa you need. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, just the current conflict really throws like a spanner into the mix, right? And that's why I have no idea. Like, before, I think just like normal rules would apply, where if you can like acquire a visa, like Scott is saying, and you have a really good portfolio, like, that's all you need. And probably speak English, yeah. But from like just the written English that I can see here, I don't think that's going to be an issue. But in general, yeah, it's probably going to be important. So these guys need to be finished still. I think they're still using like the old setup. We need to replace the brackets as well. Yeah, so I think I was doing that last time actually. Oh shit, I'm moving the wrong one. I need to fix these ones first, I think. Well, let me ask a question to you then, Arthur. Like, do you still know if it's possible to work outside of Russia, even though you're in Russia right now? Let's see. So we got this top. Put on the grid again. This top. Snap it on there. I hate that. Okay. So end cap goes on there, and then we have like an end cap overhang. I think we could potentially merge those two. Oh wait, but these are done. I mean, they look nice. Oh, but they're the wooden ones. Oh, this one. Fair enough. That's those two. I don't think we even have this one anymore. Meter overhang. That will match that one, but it's just not wood. So this kind of just has the same setup, just with different tiles, right? So we can strip all the tiles out of it and just replace like the wood on it, and then this can be like a used. Like a reuse between the two of them, because we can slap this one in here and that still works. I hate props, but I'm starting to not completely hate them. Oh shit, what's happening? Are we seeing a live transformation? I mean, I feel you. Like, there was a time... Yeah, so if I think back at, like, my transformation when it comes to that, right? Like, there was a real hatred for props because I didn't really understand, like, all the technicalities that came with, like, baking or, like, texturing and making it look good. And that's why I hated it. So it was because of a lack of proper understanding that I hated them. And then once I started understanding more and more of them, and I started doing like a little bit more baking, I was like, okay, I can do this, you know? Like, I got comfortable in like the ability to do them, but I'm still not doing them for fun, you know? Still a strong hatred, don't get me wrong. Yeah. That's what they all say. Soon you'll be a prop artist. Oh yeah. Yeah. It just takes too long. It's a slog. I agree. Yeah. I honestly don't think I have the patience. Yeah, we're going in the same direction. I don't have the patience to make like one prop where I could be making like, yeah, like half an environment in this time, you know? Or just get away with using trim sheets or tilables or something like that. I think it's not a problem to leave the country. The problem is that I have to be the very best, given the fact that I'm self-taught. Well, I think those two like actually go hand in hand, right? Like the ability or like the opportunities that you're gonna get to leave the country are gonna be because you have an opportunity outside of the country, right? Um, that's why I was so focused on even if you have the opportunity to do so, because let's say you get to a good level and you get an opportunity from a country, from like a studio in another country, but your country doesn't permit you to leave, then it doesn't matter how good you get, right? Because you're still stuck in that routine. Um, Probably, look, I have no experience in this whatsoever, right? So don't take my words for it. But I guess people still find out ways on how they could potentially leave, even if that's the case, right? But if we're just talking about like how good you have to be, it sort of also depends on the same question, right? Like if I'll explain it from like a business angle, right? If a studio needs to put in more time and more work just because your country currently makes it really difficult for you to get hired in a different country, that's gonna put like an additional step in the hiring process where they can look for someone else who is at, let's say, the exact same skill level but doesn't have those restrictions in place. So it's not only about the self-thought angle or how good your work is, but it's also about like the external factors of everything, you know? Because even if we, let's say, strip out all the external factors, right? Like, let's say me and an artist that is in the same running for the same company has the same sort of skill level. Like it still depends a lot on like your character and like how good of a team player you are and like all those kind of things, like what kind of a nice person you are, right? So it's not only about like the hard skills, it's also about like the soft skills at the same time too. And yeah, this is not hard or soft skills, it's more like external complications, right? That might arise in your case, but that's why I'm so focused on those external things that I have no clue about, because they might hinder or not hinder your chances. Because yeah. But when we strip it down to like purely the art, The fact that you're self-taught makes no difference to like a company looking to hire you. Like, I know a lot of people that have masters and bachelor degrees and all that kind of stuff, but I also have worked with a lot of people that don't have anything, you know? They have no formal education, they're self-taught, and they're still in the same industry. It just depends on the skills and how kind you are as a person and blah blah blah. Stuff that we said before, basically. Hello, Damian! Great to see you here. How's it going? This doesn't tile, so we need to fix that. Wait, let's do that first, before we move on to these guys. I think... Hashtag empathy. Yeah! Hello, Mazel Tov! Wait, what is that? So this is like a 2-meter piece. Meter. Oh, this is a 2-meter piece. Oh. Oh, Damian is doing great. He's doing some playtesting. That's awesome. Arthur, thanks for answering. No worries, Arthur. I mean, it's a complex situation, as you are well aware of, right? But if you just strip it down to the art, yeah, just focus on getting a good portfolio, and hopefully that will be enough. At least you get it into the door, right? Wait, so we do have an issue here, though. Like, the pivot points are inconsistent. Because I have them on the start of most roofs, but then when it comes to these roofs... Why did I do that? Because it's also... Because these guys tile. Do you keep your Unreal Engine performance high? I started the scene, but the performance is already tanking. The quick way is if you go to your settings and you go to engine scalability, if you turn this down, this slider here, or like if you just set your quality to high or medium or low, depending on your graphics, right? That helps a lot already. Otherwise, I mean, I'm running like a 3090, you know? And I'm also struggling in my main scene, but like my main scene is getting pretty hectic, you know? I'm really trying to push it. So my performance is even tanking on my end, so... Let's see. Yeah, this is an issue. Like, what did I do it this way? So I'm currently just looking at the roofs, right? We're still on the rooftops. Yeah, but I need to change the pivot points. And that's gonna... It's gonna have a little bit of an impact, I think. Hello, designer! Welcome, welcome! Sorry, I didn't know if I said hi to you, Max. I hope you're both doing well. Well, Basiltov, Jesus, coming in with all the questions. I'm more wondering how your Blender doesn't crash with all those polys. What? I only got like 4 million polys in my scene right now. I guess not polys, like 2 million when we're going to polys. It actually does remarkably well, you know? Like, it's really responsive still. I'm actually kind of surprised by that, too. Let's see. Yeah, we need to... We really need to change, like, the pivot points. So... Gonna keep it consistent. This one is gonna be... This one is gonna be annoying. Hey, Andrea! Good to see you here. So, Mazel Tov, when it comes to... Oh, what? You have a 3070? Well, that's still pretty decent. You shouldn't upgrade from that. But yeah, when it comes to your questions, right? Do you use one master material, or do you create material instances for each textures? I create a master material based on the needs of... How would I explain this? So I create like a master material for each material that is going to be different enough from the main one. So I have a master material that's basic. I have a master material that has like all my... And with basic, I mean that it's just like it's plugging in the texture maps and I can do some adjustments to them, but it's going to be fairly basic. The second one is going to be the one that I use the most, which is like my trim sheet one, which has like all the layering on top of it. And then I create a master material for the foliage, a master material for the grass, a master material for the landscape, and that's sort of it, right? So you can see that I'm creating a master material, not one to do all of the things, but like I try to separate them out where it becomes like too different from each other. But that's the way that I approach my master materials. Let's have a look here. So, hi Enrique! Thank you so much for subscribing. It's awesome. So what do we want to do here? We want like overlap, right? Something like this. We then snap our pivot. I'm currently doing an ArcViz project in Unreal Engine 5, but it's hard to keep it real time. Yeah, ArcViz is also like a completely different animal, right? Because you're probably gonna be cranking up like your ray tracing settings like way more because you want to have like clean surface response. So that's like an entirely different thing. That might also be... So one thing to have a look at, right, is look at your GPU stats. Let's see. No, not that one. Yeah. What was the command again? It's been a while since I used them myself. GPU profile. Well, no, I'm not talking about that necessarily. I'm talking about like the actual stats of where your performance is going to, right? Because that's the thing that you want to figure out. Let's see. Can't remember. It's too long since I used it myself. Installs. This one. So you can see, like, let me make sure that you see it as well. So I have my stats turned on in advanced, I think, and then you go to GPU, and this gives you like an overview, like what takes the longest time to render in your scene. So you're seeing like your shadow depths are taking like a lot of time, right? Your Lumen Scene Pro Gather takes a lot of time as well. Like in, well, not a lot of time, but takes the most time. But if we then go to like my level, which is gonna be crazy when it comes to this. Oh wait, and if we then turn on the profiler, you're gonna see that the shadows are probably taking up like way too much for what they should do. Yeah, so my shadow depths just by themselves, like they take up like 15 milliseconds. So that is definitely something that is like crazy compared to like all the other stuff, right? So that's something that I could optimize in this scene. And I can be like turning down the shadow cascades or turning off contact shadows. I think contact shadows might even be like a separate thing in here. I'm not sure. Yeah, just really digging into that and like optimizing that is going to help a lot. But if you're just doing like some high level stuff, look into the settings and change the engine scalability settings to something lower until you have to like render it out. And then you want to have, or maybe not even that, because I think if you were to render it with the movie render queue, for example, it will still render it not as real time, right? But like as offline. Could bake the lighting. Yeah, like you could bake the lighting, but I mean, it's a personal thing, right? I hate baking lighting. It's sort of like you were saying before, Scott. Like, baking lighting feels the same step as doing like an individual prop to me. Yeah, it's just like, oh, I'm taking a step back into like, I don't know. Because it reminds me of one of my first school assignments that I had to do for like my first year, where I had to render a car using Mental Ray. And it took me 24 hours to render one single screenshot. And you know what? I think everyone should go through that pain. You know, like everyone should really go through that pain. I feel, you know? Just to realize that like this is how far we've come. Did you pick the lighting in your scene? Everything, or is everything dynamic? No, everything is dynamic in my scene. Everything. Not one thing is going to be static. Oh yeah, I don't want the UV twice, even though it's easy enough. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, the light map UVs. God. Let's see. Let's adjust these guys then. Before we forget. This is gonna fuck up like a whole bunch of blueprints, so. Oh, designer is currently going through that pain. Well, I feel for you, designer. I feel for you. Still a little bit of an offset here. Is that because... Oh, something I have to fix. It's not too bad, actually. I thought like a lot of my blueprints would be like broken. Well, we got a couple ones. Music going hard. Yeah! We were running into some issues where it didn't align, and I think that's because... Yeah. So... Better you than me, designer. Exactly. Exactly. Nah, I I think I did it once or twice, and I was like, look, I'm never doing it ever again. Even though, like, the lighting looks like... I'm talking about, like, early Unreal Engine 4 days, or, like, late UDK days, right? Like, even though in those game engines, like, it looked terrible when you didn't bake your lighting. I was like, nah, I don't care. You know? Like, I don't care. I'm just gonna force it in, and I'm just gonna do it this way. So, what is happening here? So, that should match. Does it match with this roof as well? Okay. Okay, I should be good now. Have studios started using lumens and nanite in Unreal? And then Arthur's saying, I don't think anyone uses nanite in game dev. I think a lot of studios started looking into it. There is like there is still like a big performance cost right now, because a lot of companies, from what I've heard, are still struggling with making Lumen specifically like run performant. But yeah, I'm assuming that a lot of studios are using these tools though. Wasn't Lords of the Fallen was using nanite, wasn't it? Let me double check that. Yeah, there's like a little update here that says like the new Lords of the Fallen update is out, and it uses nanite for all their meshes. So this is being used like in game dev for sure. And there's probably like more more examples to this as well. Hey Swapmore, new here. Welcome. Welcome. It's good to have you here. Was Robocop using nanite as well? I'm not sure. I haven't looked into Robocop actually. It does look like it's using Lumen though, or not necessarily Lumen, like ray traced, like RTX, right? Because didn't Nvidia? I guess it was in there for a long time already, but let's see. I haven't looked into it at all, so. Eurogamer! Rogue City beautifully deploys Unreal Engine 5's high-end tech on consoles. Let's have a look. Lumen Global Illumination is used in Robocop in the place of the typical pre-computed GI solution. Okay. I mean, I do have to say, like, the game looks really good. I've seen, like, a lot of screenshots. Looks really interesting. Blah. Yeah, this is what I was wondering, because a lot of people that are working with Lumen are struggling with interiors, and they have, like, lots of light leaking and all that stuff. There isn't an over-reliance on Lord of the Fallen style invisible area lights. Ah, okay. Interesting. Lumen reflections are also present here. Oh yeah, that's just like the scene breakdown. Looks so pretty! Jake used nanite with a more flat shaded style. Very interesting use. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's going to be lots of really interesting use cases. I am also using Lumen. Yeah. Oh yeah, this stuff has to be Lumen. 100%. Nanite. 100%. You can see the geo. Well, this could also be using like the new tessellation that they just implemented, right? But I think if I'm making an assumption, I think this would probably be Geo rather than the tessellation, because that would mean that they had to have updated to like the latest version, which might be a risk. Let's see. The combination of Nanite and virtual shadow maps produces great details. Oh, it's Digital Foundry that did the breakdown. Okay. Yeah. Oh, not me. The game just sand. Oh, I thought you misspelled like just. I've never heard about that game. Yeah. Yeah, so apparently they do use Lumen and Nanite in this. Let me see. I mean, we had a look at some of the Nanite stuff already. Including Lumen GI and reflections, vertical shadow maps, and Nanite geometry, while targeting 60 FPS on consoles as well. Initial impressions are positive. I need to actually have a look at this video. That would be cool. I mean, let's have a look at it. Yes, how long is this? 21? Probably gonna keep it for after the stream then. Yeah, stuff on display is really cool though. There's a frame rate, the Xbox runs at 60 FPS most of the time. Yeah, spotted lows in the upper 20s in the most challenging spots. Yeah. Quality mode, 30 FPS. Yeah, this is super interesting. Super interesting. Okay. We'll need to check that out then. Or I'm gonna check that out, like after the fact. Yeah. Cool stuff there. Since we're kind of deviating from like making our models, right? And we're like an hour in. Let's switch it up a little bit because there's some topic that I wanted to talk about. And that's gonna be the one that we're discussing here. This is something that was discussed in or brought up in the community chat as well. So in our community Discord, where, let's see, let's get some discussions. So yeah, so people brought it up, and then Oscar said it may be true for some specific positions, but the fact that studios expect seniors with 5 AAA titles and 10 years of experience. Yeah, this is like the typical thing, right? So I started looking into the report here, and it's actually quite interesting that a lot of the companies are saying that like 60% said that it hindered the growth of their organization, right? 60% reported that it had delayed the development of new product and services. 73% noted that the skill shortages had increased the workload for other staff, and then 64% revealed that the skill shortages had driven a greater need to outsource work. It's so interesting to me that there is such a massive pressure, right, on studios to that they should realize at a certain point that something is going wrong in the way that they're approaching things, right? Because they keep, for the most part, they keep pumping out like massively successful products that make like millions and millions of dollars, but then we're still on the opposite side of things. We're dealing with jobs that are underpaid, you know, like in a lot of cases. And even if you look at the most popular ones that have like the competitive salaries, there are companies out there that have good salaries, but if this is something that you struggle with, like one of the main levers that you have as a company is using more of a revenue wherever you can to funnel that through the developers and become like a more attractive employer, right? So this is the thing, like whenever I see this kind of stuff, because it also, this report like doesn't really concern like any juniors, right? Because I can guarantee you that there's like juniors out there, like in the hundreds, if not thousands, that are looking for a job, are really skilled at what they do, and want to give up their entire life to work and break into this industry. Which brings on its own concerns, but we'll talk about that later. So yeah, I just find it really interesting that this is like a report that says that the industry is struggling to find like the right talent. But then all they do is complain about it, but they don't really put in like any mechanism to like, I don't know, pay them more. Right? It's different when it comes to like, for example, like the programming category, right? Because the difference there between like a programmer in games and like the programmer for like a bank or something like that, right? Like the difference there is like 3 to 4 times as much like that you could earn when you move to a bank rather than working in games, from what I've heard, right? So that's a different thing, but that same difference doesn't exist in art, not to the same degree. So yeah, I think, and then obviously the thing that comes on top of it is that you see like these astronomical wages of like the people at the top that do not take a look at some of the Japanese companies. I think it was Nintendo, where they were like, look, we're struggling. So the CEO took a pay cut instead of letting people off, right? That same accountability doesn't seem to exist in, well, specifically in the UK, right? But I think that applies to like most Western studios anyway. So I think it's really like this like research doesn't really reveal anything to do with the people trying to get in games, but it reveals that they're focused on the wrong things and how they should strengthen their industry presence, to me. Because let's switch it over, right? We were talking about juniors that wanted to give like basically sacrifice like a lot of what they stood for to get into the games industry, right? Which I have to agree. Like that's what I did when I moved to the UK. Like my first job that I had was moving to the UK. I didn't care about the salary, right? I really didn't. Like I knew that I could figure it out. And I signed my contract while I was already living in the UK. So it was kind of like a do or die moment for me. And I think that same sort of feeling, that same sort of pressure is unfortunately only increasing now because studios are looking for more senior talent and they don't really care about the juniors as much as they should do. So now there's even more pressure on juniors to perform even better than they should do and like make even more sacrifices on their personal lifestyle choices or their personal well-being. You know, because this eventually leads to a situation where a lot of people, like Ellen, for example, says like I would work like 12-hour days and ask a yearly salary of 20k just to break into the industry. And she says, I'm not alone. Like, give us juniors a chance and we will prove our worth and more. And like I said, right? Like I agree with the sentiment and I've done it myself as well. So I shouldn't be thrown like, I'm not blaming anyone, right? For being in this position where like the desperation is so high and that the feeling becomes like, look, I'll just accept anything at this point. But you shouldn't, right? Like ideally, like the industry shouldn't be put in such a weird position that we have statements from people like this. So yeah, I really, I can understand the sentiment, right? I really do. But this is not something that should be common in our industry, I feel. And then I think this is kind of like what I was saying before from Roberto. 99% of the offers I get on LinkedIn are looking for seniors for the absolute lowest salary possible. Plus they do tech art and tech competency tests for free and then relocate to Guildford, right? Guildford is just an example. I think this just happens across like the board. And what I think is really important here is that is 100% true, right? In an age where as seniors we have so many opportunities, like there's I've seen people getting like really good deals for like remote work for like American companies, right? Like there's a massive impact that can be made there, because if like an American company reaches out to you and say they offer like, let's throw a number out there, right? Like the minimal offer is 60K. And you get that as like an intermediate. That's going to be like way above what you're going to be earning in the UK. So I think there's like a real market opportunity that's happened. And yeah, like the rise of working from home has kind of exacerbated this, which also led to potentially this report as well. Because there's been way more discussions about what makes a good wage, how like wage transparency in general has really like opened up like a lot of doors as well. So I think this is just an outcome of like being so slow to change, like slow to see the market forces that are happening right in front of you and then not adapting to them. I think that's what's happening here. But yeah, what do y'all think in the chat? Like, from, I don't know if you've read the report, right? I went through it like really quickly. What does anyone else think? Because I know that probably most of the people in the chat are going to be juniors or intermediates or looking to get into the industry, right? Like, what does that mean for you, you think? Because like I was saying, I think the report itself actually really highlights an issue that they're focusing on the wrong things and they haven't set themselves up for sustainable growth, right? Like they're looking for seniors to fill a gap that they currently have because they didn't invest the time into their juniors from the beginning. As a part of it. But yeah, this is super interesting to see. I'll read through some of the comments here as well. John Phillips is saying they're either being too picky, not paying enough, should have been hiring juniors and training them up, or all of the above. Yeah, I think so too. I do not think that A is too big of a deal here. It depends on how you look at it, right? Because I think they have to deal with the seniors that are applying that are way more picky than ever before, really. I think that's what they're running into, is that a senior comes in, they do like the whole interview, they get to hear their salary, and they're like, nah. Which is like a combination of B as well, right? Let's see, do you think this report might be false? As a game dev, are there specific skills in the report that you think are super important for game making companies? I don't think that the report is false. I do not think that the report is false, like by any means. I think it's just a really good reflection point for especially the UK games industry to realize like, hey, look, if we don't continuously like improve, and this, we're focusing on the UK, but I think this sort of can apply to like a lot of other countries as well. But I think the UK is currently the outlier, I think, because they have such like a condensed and like highly centralized like games industry, Yeah. Yeah, no, I just wanted to talk about this. There were some people talking about it in the industry discussion channel as well. Um, yeah. Oh, Louis Mesquita is bringing up a good point as well. What is supposed to be junior work, we just outsource. That's like a really interesting one as well. Because, yeah, I think that's a trend that keeps on growing, right? Games are getting bigger. Outsource is becoming a bigger and bigger part of them. Co-development is it feels like it's the next step in that cycle as well. But yeah, that's an interesting point because I felt the same sentiment, right? And then you just outsource to those companies, and then at a certain point, when you know that you have like a couple of good people, I think they then move on to working for like the actual company. But they have like a continuous cycle of juniors coming in that are led by like a couple of seniors or leads. Jake is saying that blind passion that people have for the industry is a part of the reason they keep paying low wages. They're banking that people love for games and their desperation will keep them keen. Yeah, unfortunately, I do agree. And like I said before, like I'm a part of it too, right? I've definitely been a part of it too. And I think it's only when I started really diving into making money for my own, like on the side, that I really started to look at things from like a business perspective, right? Like where I really started to think about like, oh, negotiations are important. Like I really need to. You're trading your time away for like a good, right? Like that's what you're doing as an artist working for a company. Like you're trading your skills and all the time and investment that you've put into those skills, and you're trading those away for well, in most cases like a temporary business deal, right? Like a business transaction. I also think, yeah, that highlights like another thing, right? That I was thinking about this report is that it is potentially like a really good thing for seniors as well, because if you look at a market and there is like significant pressure that they can't really find like a lot of talent, what is usually going to happen is that there's going to be like more governmental pressure to do something about that, or like more industry pressure to do something about that too, right? So that usually transforms or translates into higher wages, or if they can't find them locally, more interesting visa arrangements with people that are skilled workers from other companies or like other countries to come in to the country, right? So I think, weirdly enough, like this thing has a lot of good implications for seniors potentially, but that doesn't change anything when it comes to the ground level, like the juniors that are trying to get in. I think it's only making it worse, because this again also highlights that there is like a shortage of applicants with the required skills, experience, and qualifications. Like 39% of people like said that, right? That's a crazy number. But that also means, like, if you then look at another report that was released like a couple of months ago, where it says, or like maybe each month, where they say like the amount of studios that have like junior applications open is at like an all-time low. Like these things work together, you know, because they're not looking for people that are coming straight out of school. Like they're looking for more senior staff for whatever reason, right? I think a lot of it has to do with that. A lot of the senior talent that was working in those companies before, they got headhunted by companies that offered like a way more lucrative deal. And now they're still stuck in this thing like, oh, but we can offer them like a relatively low wage and hopefully that attracts people. But that's not going to work anymore because of the conversations that we as artists have with each other. right? Like we behind closed doors and like in DMs and in Discord chats, we talk about this stuff openly now, which is, and I encourage it too, right? Like I feel like if you're open about like the amount that you earned like in your career and reflecting back on it, if it should have been more, or if it was good enough, that also gives like the next generation like a better business sense and like a better idea on what they should ask for, right? With inflation and all that stuff. But yeah, I do agree, Jake. Like it's a very pessimistic view, right? But I do agree that as long as people are just gonna have like the sentiment of like I'll do anything to get in, that's gonna keep the wages low. What I'm really hoping for, to kind of round off your question a little bit, right, is that what this is gonna highlight is that the seniors are gonna need to get paid more, right? Just to stabilize the market forces that are happening right now. And I hope that then trickles down to the people underneath them. Because those seniors, if they're going to be in a good position with a good wage, they're hopefully going to be standing up for the people that are working underneath them as well, right? Either through management or through leadership. I hope that that's going to happen. I'm very hopeful of that. Sami is saying, as an intern in France, it's blowing my mind how big studios are taking 2 or 3 interns a year and are constantly asking for seniors, considering the fact there are so many advantages to taking interns here. Yeah. I speculate that there's just like a real shortage of seniors, right? Like from like a couple of factors, like I was saying before, that they get headhunted by other companies. Or maybe that they just want to leave the industry too, right? Like industry attrition, especially if you think about the context of what's happening now, right? People are being let go left and right. Whenever that happens on a scale like we're doing now, especially, what is going to happen is that a certain percentage of the people that are really experienced are just going to be like, look, I've had enough. You know, I'm going to do something else. So that really sucks for the people that are leaving, right? And can potentially be used to good use if you are yourself a senior in that studio, right? Because if all the rest of the senior team leaves, you obviously get more responsibilities, but you can kind of use that towards your advantage too. If you don't get buried by those new responsibilities, of course. 7,000 gone, only 1,500 stay. Dang. Yeah, because there is this site, right? So game. Let's see. Game developer layoffs? That was a site, right? I think this might link to it. Yeah. Video game layoffs, that's the one. I know this is like a really shitty topic to really like go over again, right? But like if you look at like the estimated total of people that have been let go in this year, like almost 8,000 people. You know, like if you just take like 10% of that who are never going to be coming back, that's like 700 potentially good seniors. I know that I'm making like a lot of estimations on this, but like, yeah, that's a lot of really good and talented people that are just leaving the industry forever. You know? Crazy. Yeah, I also don't know because like, for example, like Sami is saying, yeah, there's a lot of advantages to getting interns as well, right? Like you get grants from the government, like you get like a ton of bonuses. I just think that there's like no senior talent to really take care of the interns in a lot of companies anymore. You know, or that a lot of companies, I don't know if this is true. I'm kind of speculating here, right? Or that a lot of companies might be in such a position with their current franchise that they don't really have the space in their budget or in their teams to hire interns, right? Because an intern also means that you're taking time away from your precious senior staff again, right? Like, the worst thing that you can do, in my opinion, is take an intern on and then just have them do like shitty tasks because no one really has time to teach the intern, right? So, yeah, if that is happening, kind of sucks for the interns, but maybe it's good that they're not just that they don't just have to do like shitty jobs too. I don't know. McFall saying, I don't know how common unions are in the games industry. I don't think they're very common. So games industry unions have only been like in the conversation for like maybe a couple of years now. I know a couple of them that kind of started out, but then they kind of didn't really amount to anything. But we're seeing more of them. I think CD Projekt Red is currently, I don't know if they are embedded with Unionen. That is, yeah. So Unionen is like a Swedish like trade union, but I think CD Projekt like recently, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, they have separately unionized in the latest wave of like labor unionization. And I think this was with formed a union as a part of the larger Polish organization. Oh no, so they're a part of like the Polish Game Dev Workers Union. Okay. Yeah, so this is becoming like more and more of a topic, which is good. Yeah, let's see. So Sweden, workers can join the trade union at any time. Roughly 70% of the employed people in the country are part of a union. Okay, so this is about Sweden then, right? Yeah, so it's becoming more and more of a thing, which is good. Andrea is asking a question as well. I have been away for a bit, so I don't know if this was brought up, but I do have one question. Is the games industry saturated? At the junior ranks, especially if we focus on like environment art, right? If we just focus on environment art, I think so. I think environment art is, I don't want to say the most saturated one. Maybe, yeah. I'm speculating a little bit as well, right? Because I don't have like any data to back this up. But I think when it comes to environment art, I think that might be one of the more saturated skills that we're probably looking at right now. And in general, like the more technical you are, like the less saturated it's going to become. For example, a tech artist is not saturated. A VFX artist, like highly niche and specialized, is also not saturated. And then especially if we look like outside of art. Oh, Roger's saying that character art goes hand in hand with environment art in terms of saturation. Yeah, that's an interesting one, right? Because I would say, and feel free to like add your comments to this as well, right? Because I'm honestly not sure, but like I think that in terms of saturation, you're right. But I think the pool of environment art is bigger because there's more open positions for environment art if you just look in general. Because games are getting bigger, and especially the environments are always getting bigger, right? So I think in terms of like a studio, you're gonna always have more environment artists compared to character artists. But I think the saturation levels are probably gonna go hand in hand. Same with animators. Oh, interesting. I didn't actually know that about animators. Because I've never really Yeah, I'm just trying to think. I've never really had like lots of in-depth talks with animators. In France, unions are pretty common. I think there were strikes, like our national sport. Yeah. At Ubisoft Paris in the beginning of the year, asking for 10% more on salaries and more. That's interesting. Because I don't know, here are my thoughts, right? Like if you are striking to get like a 10% more on salary, I don't think you're even breaking even when it comes to inflation. So what you're doing, it's good, right? But it feels like the first step in like a chain of things that you should be doing. Uh so look. I mean, yeah, like the European Union itself. I'm just taking a quick look, right? I just want to get like a sense of it. Like let's say it's 5.5. Like the only thing you're getting there is like 4% then, right? So that 10% like quickly gets diminished by like your inflation that you have in your local country, right? And it's like I feel like a strike for something that's going to be like a one time thing. I don't know. It's good that they're doing it. At least they're standing up for something, you know? Hey Goose! Hello Luis! How's it going? Just got here. We're just having a look at one of the research papers that came out from Taiga. So this is about like the skills shortages in the UK games development industry. So we're kind of having a discussion about this. Jake is saying if your top talent is being headhunted, that tells me you probably aren't treating them right and compensate them adequately. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, if your staff is willing to leave like so quickly, right? It doesn't really have anything, in my opinion, it doesn't really have anything to do necessarily with like aren't treating them well. It can literally just be like, hey, look, this person out there is giving me like a 30% raise and I'm going to be doing the same exact thing. Like it would be stupid not to, right? Like it would be literally stupid to do that at a certain point. And I think in some cases from the stuff that I've heard, 30% increase on your wage might even be low in some cases. So if you imagine that you get like 50% more, fuck yeah, sign me up, you know? Fuck yeah. Roger's saturating cinematics. Let's see. So Roger's saying, oh yeah, there's more environment art roles available than character art roles, and the character art role is possibly harder to get in due to the lack of roles and the amount of people trying to get in. Yeah, so based on that, you would say that the saturation is probably even worse on character art side, right? The question is also, is the game industry a hard field to be in? Obviously, it's not as hard as a surgeon, for instance, but would you consider it a difficult field to be in? Yeah. Yeah, I really would. Like, we're not doing physical labor. We're not saving lives, right? But also, like, if you look at like the amount of people that are consuming games to chill out at the end of the day, you know, people need like relaxation too. But when we're talking about the actual work being done in the industry, I would consider it like a very difficult field, because the thing that you kind of have to imagine, right, is that you have all your skills. Like you have all your skills that you've trained for like a couple of years, right? Just to get to a base level of what you need, which Scott is going that direction anyway. Like from what I can tell, there's a lot of universities that are teaching those skills, but not at an adequate level, that you still, on top of those 4 years of university, you have to do like another couple of years of self-development just to get into the industry. Because the bar is so high, right? And then once you get in, there's like a whole nother skill set that gets tacked on top of it, because now you're not working by yourself, but you're working in a team. In some cases, you're working in like a really a really big studio where there's like an emphasis on like how to be like a good communicator as well. So you add that on top of the list. It gets, I think that's honestly like the most difficult thing that I personally had to deal with, is just the amount of people knowledge that you need to have, and like how to talk to people, and how to bring up ideas, and how to convince other people of your ideas. And you know, that's why I find it like a very difficult field to be in when it comes to just your abilities, right? Like your skills and your abilities. When it comes to actually being in the field and being surrounded by people that are like-minded, like yourself, it kind of like counteracts the thing, right? So like you have a really good team, you make friends that are passionate about the same things, you get to talk about art. Like I find that the part that is like not difficult to be in. Like I love being surrounded by people that are creative like myself, right? That's awesome. And then especially now, Andrea, to drive the point home, all the layoffs that are happening, right? All the constant adaptation that you have to do, like the upcoming importance of whether AI or not is going to take your job. Like these are like multipliers on top of the whole thing, making it like there's a lot of pressure in this industry just to stay relevant with like the current trends and always staying up to date and doing work outside of work, which is not a thing that you get to see in like a lot of other industries, right? It's like a very passionate orientated thing. I feel like I know some character artists that pivot to environment art just to get their foot into the door and then later change to character art. Yeah, unfortunately, I have seen the same thing, which I kind of always disagree with, because you're trying to take a shortcut by like you're selling a part of yourself, right? If you know that character art is really your thing, and then just trying to get into the door by doing something else, I don't know, it's not like you're selling out, right? But like it kind of feels like it. Obviously, you're gonna have the counter argument, because at a certain point, what is gonna happen? That's what they are told. They're told to do that. Yeah, I know. So there's like pressure from external forces, right? So like the universities, but there's also like internal pressure. Like I was gonna say, you see that the people around you are potentially getting jobs as environment artists, right? Instead of the stuff that you want to pursue. And that sucks, and that puts a lot of pressure on you as well. Like, do I stick with my guns, or do I just pivot and then circle back onto the thing that I want to do? And also the very real thing of being able to provide for yourself, right? I think that's also a very real concern, where sometimes you just have to make like a sacrifice just because, yeah, you wanna get a job, right? I think it's just not made clear which skills are in demand, especially in universities. Yeah, I think so too. I think that's actually like a really interesting part that I was thinking of when it comes to specifically this paper that we're talking about, right? Like the impact of game development skills shortages in the UK is because in general, from the people that I've seen going through our community and looking for help, right? A lot of people that are in like, how would I say this? Like a lot of people that I've seen that are in really bad shape when it comes to their portfolio or their skills after a 4-year university degree in the UK is actually mind-boggling. Like I don't get how that happens. Obviously, there's always going to be like a certain point where you have to put yourself into it as well, right? But if the university doesn't set that bar as high as you should be doing yourself, then what's the point? Right? If you have no one to look up to, and if the people that are in the positions where they're teaching you, but you know that the only reason why they're doing it is because they didn't have a job themselves in the industry because they weren't good enough, what does that lead to? You know? And I'm making like a generalization, right? I know that there's like honestly really good people that are trying to make universities better, right? And it's a hard field to do it in because you have to keep up with two things at the same time, like the school system and the actual industry. So my heart goes out to them. But I think there's also something to be said about like this money-making machine that especially the ones in the UK are. Like if you look at just the admission prices and then what they put on the table in return, right? I think the bar needs to be raised there. What do you want to do in your career should probably be the answer, since it's like a 10-year plus endeavor. If you take a detour, fair enough. But you know that you're delaying it by years probably. Yeah, that's exactly the thing. Like if you take like a detour because you want to get into the industry, like it's not just, oh, you get into the industry and it takes a couple of months to switch to character art again, right? If we're back on that topic. So I 100% agree. Like that's why I'm so concerned about the people that have that mindset, because what is realistically going to happen is that you spend 4 years of your life building like character art skills. You then translate that into like environment art skills just because you want to get in. And then you get in, and then what is realistically going to happen is now you have 8 hours of your day that you're going to be spending on something that you didn't really want it to do, and then you still have to do work on the side because you want to pivot to character art again, right? It's tough. It really is. But I can also see why people do it. Then about the university topic, McVal is saying, unfortunately, it's up to you to set the bar yourself. If all you try to do is to reach the criteria to pass the course, it's most likely not enough. Yeah, but I think it's interesting, right? Because if that is the outcome of the course that you've been set, like, but if that is the outcome of the course that you as an institutional, like an educational institution have set, then there's something wrong with the bar that has been set, right? That's the way that I look at it. Like if there's a consistent stream of people that are graduating your university and they're trying to get into the industry, but they're not getting in, then there is something wrong with the system rather than with the individuals that are trying to make it. At least here in Sweden, it's free in terms of tuition to attend uni. Yeah, I was also very fortunate to have one of the best game schools in the world, like in Belgium, and we paid, as a Belgian citizen, we paid like a thousand something, like a year, right? And I did 4 years, what was supposed to be like a 3-year thing, because it was just too crazy for me. So yeah, it's crazy, this conversation. There's so many frustrations, like personal frustrations, right? Because I also know that there's like a ton of really passionate people, like people that are really trying to do their best, but then they get like kind of distracted or like put on the wrong path by a university that teaches them the wrong things. It's like, what are they doing? It's so weird. And it's so unfortunate for the people because they go through the uni says, bye bye, thanks for the money. They end up with student debt. Again, focusing on the UK, right? But there's other examples for that. They end up in student debt and they can't even get a job. Like, what the hell? But I think something needs to change there. $350 a month from the government. Yeah. Andrea says, like, a lot of fields have decades, if not centuries of knowledge, while with this, it keeps changing and we need to keep up with the latest. So there's definitely a level of difficulty that comes with this field. It's probably not the best take that I have. No, I think you're right. I think you're 100% right. Like, even if you look at the skill set, right? If you look at the skills that I was learning, right? In uni, it was UDK, Photoshop, UDK, Photoshop. Let's think. Quixel, Endo, and Dedo were like a thing. Let's see, what else is there? Well, what else did I use? XNormal. And like, node-based things weren't even a thing back then, right? The closest that you came was like UDK, like the material editor. But that, oh my god, that looks so jank. But now, look at what the state of the industry is now, right? Like, Unreal Engine 5, like a lot of node-based stuff, like very technical things like Houdini, geometry nodes, like Blender is a thing. Like, and that's just happened in like the last, let's say, 10 years. Right? Like, it's freaking crazy. And not that's only talking about like the tools, right? If we now look at like all the workflows that are used. So for example, making less and less like unique prompts, but now we're dealing with like trim sheets and second UV channels and RGB masks and all that kind of stuff, right? Because we're building more towards scale. Scott is saying about the universities in the UK, it's a failure because most people by university trust the educational establishment to do right by them, and then the university is a bad move, at least for art, in my opinion. Yeah, from what I can tell, I do have to agree with a large part, right? Like, we're obviously making generalizations, but for a large part, I do agree. And I'm basing this on people that are looking for help, right? In our community. People that are in the last year of the university track. So technically, like, next year, they should have a job. But they're in no shape to get a job. It's sad. It really is. Other game schools in Sweden, like the Games Academy, Future Games, seem to do a way better job than state-run schools. They seem to be way better integrated with actual game devs and offer internships. Yeah, I think so too. And again, like, I only have to base it on like the results that come out of it, right? Because, for example, there's a lot of game schools in the UK that, I know that we're focusing really hard on the UK right now, but that's because we're looking at the documentation of it here, right? When you go and look at some schools in the UK, like, and this is something that you're gonna see on every school website, right? Like, the stuff that you're gonna see on the school website is gonna be the best work that the school has produced in like the last couple of years. The best work, right? So this counts for all of them. But the difference there is that for Games Academy or Future Games, right? Like those, let's actually have a look, right? So Games Academy. Sweden? Oh, future games. Okay. Let's see. Student info. I wonder. Well, let's see. These are the courses, right? Game artist. It's a specialization. I don't know what the difference here is. Oh, game assembly. Yeah. So I was maybe like mainly just looking for like the visuals, right? So let's see the games assembly. Yeah. Like this stuff looks cool, right? You know that it's a student project. You can tell, but this stuff looks cool. Like the animations look nice. Like the characters polished. Like look at this movement. Quite nice. Let's see if we can find like more work examples. First year level designers in Stockholm. Okay. No, please. Oh. So yeah, this is already like a pretty high bar for like first year, right? And my point was gonna be that if you then compare like the really good schools, you can just tell that they are really pushing like industry relevant, high quality stuff. Because even the best stuff that's on their website is gonna be like different from the best stuff that some of the UK universities put out there, right? So that's a point that I was trying to make, that there is still like a massive difference between like schools that are trying to portray themselves as the best ones, right? Versus the ones that actually put like the proof in the pudding and they're just like, hey, look, here is the best work. A higher quality bar to pass makes better students. I think so too. Like, I think that's what I was saying before, right? Like it's the school's job to set the bar to like an industry relevant quality. And the only thing that they can do there is also integrate like people from the industry into their curriculum somehow, right? Where it's through asking industry advisors, or if you have like people teach courses or have do workshops, all that kind of stuff works wonders, right? But there's a lot of schools that don't do a lot of that stuff, right? And they just have this very they have like a cycle that just repeats. So what they'll do is they'll push people. If they don't get a job, like the most interesting ones they'll pick, and they become like the teachers again, right? And then that cycle repeats. But like no actual industry knowledge goes in for the most part, which is a huge issue. But yeah. I know at uni I coasted because I didn't have to try to pass. I had a bad mindset, but I wasn't discouraged. Completely my fault, and I was able to pass, which is crazy. Yeah, so it's actually interesting, right? Because I ran into the same issue in the first year. So I had the same sort of mentality, right? Like I was like, look, I'm gonna do games, like it's gonna be awesome. And then once I actually started, I was like, oh shit, like this is crazy difficult. Just to give some context, what I had to do in like the first year is, and I'm talking about the first full year, right? We had to program 2 games, like 2 small games. One was physics based. One was just like a recreation from like a game. We also had to do like a small part of a city in 3D. We had to make like a high poly car. We had to, oh my god, there's like a whole bunch of physics and theoretical classes. And I come from a school where like the most intricate thing that I did with maths was like calculating the percentages of something. And like the first day in school, like in uni, they said, oh, we're gonna do like a real refresher course where we're gonna talk about like quadratic formulations. And I was like, what? Never even heard of that. Like, what about this is gonna be refresher? So immediately from the get-go and seeing people around me like trying to keep up and being able to keep up, I was like, oh shit, I really need to put this into the next gear because otherwise I'm not gonna make it. And even with that mentality, I still put my focus in the wrong things because I was doing Guild Wars 2 came out at that point. It's gonna sound so silly in hindsight, but that's what happened. But Guild Wars 2 came out. I was running a big guild myself. I was recruiting for the guild and I was playing a lot on that game too. Which I focused on rather than my university degree. Yeah. That didn't really work out until the end of the year, you know? I barely passed the things that I was already pretty good at. So like we had like reproduction class, which is basically concept art, right? So you would draw a lot. They were really, really brutal. I still remember. Oh my god. So to give some context here, right? It's a little bit of a story time, but like to give some context here. So in the first year of that uni, there wasn't really like a differentiation between like if you wanted to do art or if you wanted to do programming or whatsoever, right? So you had to kind of do it all. So that means that I, as an artist, had to do programming, like full C++, like the 2 games that we had to program was in C++, which was difficult. But that also meant that the programmers had to draw, too. So what we would do, like on a weekly basis, we would have like exercises, right? So you would go home, do like a bunch of exercises, and then it would be graded like in the class live, like in the first part of the class. How they would approach it would be they would hang it up onto like a large board in the back of the class, and they would literally rip off the stuff that didn't pass. So they would just go to the board and it would be like, nope, 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 nope. And they put it on like a large pile of the people that failed. And then they would have the people that passed, but barely, right? So they would put them on another pile, and then the ones that were good enough, like they were left on the board or something like that. And I mean, crazy situation to be in, right? Because before that, like my school experience was just like everyone was wearing like silk gloves, right? Like there were some tricky parts, but for the most part, I was just coasting by. Like Scott was saying. And at that point, like when the first time that happened, I was like, oh fuck, I need to put in more work. Yeah. And that kind of clicked something in me, you know? And every teacher kind of had their own routine when it came to this. Like some teachers would do the same thing, but like in a slightly different way. You know, and it was really tough. Really tough. But also, like a lot of the people that I went to school with and like graduated got a job. Right? Like some of the people that I graduated work at like really, really successful. Like I wouldn't even say some, like most of the people that I graduated with. Like they work at like really successful games companies now. And I think that's also because like the bar was just so high in our uni that it kind of made us realize like, hey, look, playtime is over to a certain degree. I think worthwhile comes easy. Yeah, I don't think so either. And I think it's really interesting, right? Because in the first couple of months at uni, they had, and they still have, if I remember correctly, they still have, they call it like the Q week. I don't know what it stands for, don't care, but they basically do like a pre-exam because they kind of want to filter the people that are already lost at that point. And I think that's like 1 month in or something like that. right? Just like a little exam. And I kid you not that like in my year when we had like 30 classes, so let's say that's like 1,000 people getting into the uni, right? I think half of them quit because they just realized that games, like making games, was nothing for them, really. McFall is saying, my school also has to have academic courses like scientific writing, as it's a, oh yeah, it's a high school. Yeah. We kind of have the same distinction in Belgium as well. Whereas the game assembly and future games are work schools, and they purely focus on work-related courses. Yeah. Guildmaster responsibilities take priorities. Yeah, in the first year they really did, but then I realized that I couldn't do that in the second year, so... RIP. So these guys work. It's time to get into some more art, right? But I think... Yeah, so we kind of had like a really interesting discussion, right? And what I'll do is I'll do this sort of stuff more, because I really do like talking about like the industry and like all the stuff that is happening within it. So what I'll do is I'll keep an eye on like the industry discussions and like art discussions and see if we can kind of pick up some of the interesting topics and bring them up in like the weekly stream. Scott had psychology in uni on a game art course, an exam. Oh my god. Yeah. Stuff's crazy, man. Stuff is crazy. Yeah. I just pity. I just have like a lot of pity for the people. A lot of people that are going through a system that knows from itself that it's not gonna get you to like a good end result. Like, I kind of pity that. What it basically boils down to. Okay, so we're just gonna transplant this guy. And this guy. That guy as well. You gotta understand how people think so you can cram more microtransactions in the game. Hell yeah. Yeah, you were just on track to becoming a game designer, you know? A monetization designer. Just gotta make sure. This stuff. Like aligns with the roof here. Okay. Because I'm thinking we can replace this guy. What are we gonna do here? Gonna attach these two. I do need to get a glass of water. Oh, it's so stupid that we don't have a hydrate button, huh, Raj? Don't know if you're still here. No, feel free to change it up. I think we're kind of rounded off the subject anyway. I think it was a really interesting discussion, so... So let's see. I was wondering how your wood trim sheet works, specifically the broken wood part. Like, how come there's no seam when you map an UV island in that section? What do you mean broken part? Let me see. It's a good example. This doesn't have any broken parts. Here we go. You're talking about these broken parts, right? They're separate sections of geometry that are just floating on top of it, and they have like an opacity mask. So they're just like little bits that are layered on top of it. We need that emoji as a hydrate check. I can make an emoji for that. Yeah. Hi, Hendrik. Okay, but yeah, let's assume that emoji is like me getting to hydrate. So I'll be right back. Let me know if that makes sense, Lewis. If not, I'll explain more when I get back. Just grabbing a bit of water. Camera flipped. Yeah, it's flipped. Flipped it up. Because it looks weird if you're watching looking away from it. What's up, buddy? What do you want? He's being such a good boy. Just lying on the sofa, chilling out. Okay. Oh. Oh, yep. Yeah. That's very important, Lewis. You have to move that part a little bit so there's no Z fighting. Exactly. You got it. Oh, I need to... Can't I do that on the individual tiles, though? Why am I doing this all the time? Yeah, so... Okay. I'm gonna fix that. So... Okay. Right. So I'm actually being like super lazy here because the reason why I merged it back to this so that we can replace it with this one now is just because I don't want to lose a name. So dumb. Like the acrobatics that I sometimes do to not lose stupid stuff. Now we remove this guy and we just transplant like the whole roof basically. So select these guys. And then merge this with that. Nope, opposite way. Yeah. Make sure we fix all that stuff. Did we fix the pivots for this? Looks like it. Okay. That was dumb. Oh. I only wanted to have that edge. Yes, please. Actually, doesn't matter that much. Rid of all this. Oh. No. Right. Now we need to transfer to UV map. and then we sky. Okay, now we just need to fix the tiles on this one, and then we should be good. Oh, not only the tiles though, like a little overhang as well. Yeah. Oh, wait. It has a bracket and all that stuff. Hold up. Oh, I think that's good. Yeah. I think the naming for that needs to improve. That's okay. You can just delete this guy, replace it with this one. What are we doing here? So this is roof wood, 6 meter. Naming convention is a bit all over the place. As always. Wood. That's these pieces. Andrea coming in with the question for the chat. Is there a game that constantly lives rent-free in your mind, especially environment art-wise? That's a good question. Environment art-wise. Oh yeah, Tetris had some sick environment art, man. I love the update when they put like the skeletons in there. That was like some top shelf environmental storytelling in Tetris. Jesse is saying Psychonauts. I've heard really good things about Psychonauts, but I haven't played it. I did really enjoy Control when it came to its environment art. Sammy is coming in within the Hunt Showdown. That game looks beautiful. So that's a good choice as well. Yeah, I'm really trying to think when it comes to environment art, you know? Because I'm always a sucker for like post-apocalyptic stuff, right? So Fallout is my go-to. But I feel... Oh, fuck. Oh, no. That's fine. Just like the material selection fucked up. It's all good. Yeah, the Hunt Showdown looks really nice. I think the Assassin's Creed games always do like a really good job. Oh, it's the wrong one. And I was a really big fan of the way that Valhalla looked. Valhalla looks really beautiful. Assassin's Creed Valhalla. A Bug's Life. Timeless graphics. I don't know. It's a good question. I think honestly Guild Wars still has like very interesting, like an interesting style, you know? I've been replaying that recently with a friend of mine, and I feel like Guild Wars 2 also looks really nice, but it kind of went a little bit more mass market, right? It kind of sacrificed like its uniqueness in the style and the substance to have more appeal to a wider audience. But then again, like I asked this question to like the friend that I'm playing it with, right? Like I asked him like, if you were to recreate like a place in Guild Wars 1, what would you recreate? Because I don't feel like there's like a lot of unique and very iconic places in Guild Wars 1. You know, like everything kind of serves serves the purpose of it shouldn't be like a singular thing that you focus on. It should be more about like the world, right? So they have like a very down to earth approach to that stuff. Okay, let's fix these guys. Vampire was fantastic. I think after playing the game, the environment just motivated me further to become an environment artist. Oh yeah, that's also a good way of looking at it. Because whenever I play like an Assassin's Creed game and I just walk around with the world, like the worlds that they make, like they always leave such a really good impression that I want to do better with my environment art, right? Like even if you start looking at like the individual things in there, right? They're not the highest quality, but like the picture at large does a really good job at selling itself. So we have like a bunch of material slots. That's why stuff is screwing up. It's fine. It's fine. I haven't checked Vampire. Check. It's a 1930s horror movie. That's probably not the game that you're talking about. Vampire. Yeah. Yeah, Deus Ex. Deus Ex kind of had that feeling for me. You know, like a futuristic look into Prague was really interesting. What was that? Mankind Divided? That one was really interesting. Hello, Dicerna. How's it going? Yeah, but this looks really interesting as well. Yeah, I'm thinking about some other games that kind of have like that timeless. Well, like, no, like I think like you're saying, Andrea, like phrasing it in such a way where like after you play a game, you're like, man, I need to get back into art. You know, I think that's like a really good indication, at least to me, of what makes like a good game. So, I'm trying to think, which kind of games have I played that did that? Oh, Kingdom Come. Kingdom Come definitely did that for me. Even though, again, like I didn't finish the game, right? And I think we talked about this last time. Like, didn't finish the game at all, but it just left me impressed, you know? Oh my god, just looking at this list, we've been yapping on this entire... Well, we've been talking about like the discussion topic of today, right? Such a long time. Let's see. See if we can get some more work done. So Oh, yeah, I do have that as well. I had that with Cyberpunk. Like Cyberpunk, the last DLC, like kind of did both of those things actually. Where I was like, whenever I stopped playing it, I was like, man, I need to get better at it. I need to get better at making environments. But yeah. Yeah, so I need to get better at environments, and then also like I felt the real emptiness once I finished it. You know, I was like, oh fuck, like it's over. Damn. Does anyone know if the modeling process is in the channel too? It's kind of like all different. It depends on which video in the entry you're looking at. Like I switch between the two regularly, Dicerna. Wait, so wood overhang? Oh, those are those little sections, right? Yeah. Oh, Lord of the Rings, yes. That's also a good shout. Yeah, I think we might rewatch that for New Year's this time around. See, okay, so what we need to do here with these guys is replace the brackets because they look pretty bad, and then also replace the roofs with like the new tiles that we have going on here. Let's see. And make it real simple for myself to start out with. And like this. Yep, those are exactly geonodes. So for this, what I do is I take the shape underneath it, I draw a grid of the same size on top of it, and then I subdivide that grid, and then I project those points back onto the surface. And that's where it decides to scatter the tiles. Well, it takes the faces between the tiles, actually. It doesn't actually do it on the points, but it uses like grid light surface, so I can have like a little bit of control over like how dense I want it to be, so I can just change it up if I wanted to. Super flexible. Because once you kind of have like the curve, right, I can just scale it out as that section done. And do the same thing here, and we're good. Just need to sort of align it with like what it was previously, right? But I love this setup. This is also something that I want to experiment further with in Unreal Engine, in Blender 4. Because it seems like they made geometry nodes more like a single time executable thing as well, which is really cool. Because right now what I have to do, which is pretty annoying, is whenever I convert like geonodes, right? So I apply this, the data from my UV maps gets stored not in the UV maps, but in the attribute. So I need to convert this to a UV map, which is pretty annoying. And sometimes I forget about it, you know, just like a minor thing, but it would be nice if I didn't have to think about it. Oh, wait. So right now, we got to apply the GeoNodes. And we need to convert that. Right? It's just like a bunch of steps that I'm doing on every single asset, but that doesn't need to be done. Like that can just be like automated. But the system just currently doesn't support it, as far as I'm aware. And then what I'm gonna do is gonna remove all the files from these guys. And then merge them with the base again. Oh. Okay. With this. Basically just gonna duplicate it for like every little support beam. Right, and then I'm gonna move these guys. Look. See, this is all good. I think honestly this one could potentially stay. Not sure. Oh, you know what we can do? Yeah. Oh yeah, we need to make sure that the... Yeah, that's looking nice. We need to make sure that the ends of these are shut off and that the UVs are correct. So for example, we don't need this guy. Enough of the big medieval music. It's chill time. Doo-doo. Oh, Andrea is saying, It's the only game that I've ever played that was constantly set in the night or the dark. Oh, so you've never played Need for Speed Underground 2 then? That was also only at night. Come on. Can't be throwing Need for Speed Underground 2 under the bus like that. How dare you? Such a good game. Oh my god. I love playing that game so much. Okay. Oh, this one as well. Have to do this one. Oh, this still has a bevel on it. Bevel can go. Your services are no longer required. The only Need for Speed I played was Need for Speed Carbon. Oh! Wasn't that like the worst one in the series? Dang. Unlucky on that one. Okay. I don't know if it was actually. I wouldn't be surprised. Does this all work now? You like Carbon? What was... Best one is Most Wanted. Yeah, for sure. For sure. When did Carbon came out then? When did that come out? Like, was that... I'm trying to think. Was that after Most Wanted? I'm just trying to think, right? Because you had... Or was that before? I can't remember the timeline of this. I barely played Carbon. I know that. Like, I played a shit ton of Most Wanted. And, like... I played so much of Most Wanted. And the reason why I remember is because whenever you defeated, like, a boss, right? Whenever you defeated a boss, you would... you got to choose, or it was, like, random. I don't know. But, like, you got to choose whether you wanted, like, money or, like, a performance-enhancing thing that was unique to that boss, right? And I remember doing a run where I picked all those boosts to, like, really pump my car to the max. I finished all of Most Wanted with a Ford Focus. I finished Most Wanted with a Mazda RX-7. Like, with white paint and black tribals on it. I can still imagine it. And I would race, like, against my friends, like, with the... Because you could do, like, duels or something like that. I don't know what it was called. And I would never be beaten in that. And I swear, it had nothing to do with, like, my overpowered car that I spent, like, way too much time on and, like, specifically upgraded from all the bosses, you know? No. It has nothing to do with that. Nothing. Carbon was 2006. I can't remember playing Carbon then. Because I'm pretty sure that when Carbon came out, I was still playing Most Wanted. I played that game a lot. What was the next one that I played? Like, there was like... Yeah, it was Street or Pro Street, or... What's it called? Oh, and I played some of the old school ones as well. Like, a friend had a couple of those. So, yeah, Pro Street. I remember playing that one. Yeah. And then... After that... Oh. Oh, that's right. That's right. They did like the rework of it, and it's pretty terrible. Ah. Oh my god. Good morning, Alan. The Wii U. Oh my god. Well, it's supposed to be not terrible, but I remember like not liking it at all. I was probably just pissed that it wasn't like the actual Underground, you know? Dang. Okay. Okay. Brag about it. Rivals, Payback. Need for Speed Unbound. Yeah, I haven't played any of these. Yeah, this one. Yeah, this one is supposed to be good, isn't it? Like the Unbound one? Yeah. Dang. Takes me back. How have you been? It's been a while. Yeah, been doing good. Been doing good. Working away on some rooftops now. Hopefully this is going to be like the last section of them. Need to clean up some materials here. Roof tiles one. Go as well. Details are such a mess. I also remember playing a lot of Test Drive. Oh, and there was like... Was that Unlimited? Like an open world Test Drive? Played a lot of that game for some reason. I remember it handling like really weird, but I just liked cruising around in the open world that I forgave it for all his flaws. Yeah, how have you been, Alan? Not sure if I asked. Wait, what are we doing here? This is not changing. What did it change? Does it have the new bracket? Okay, so they have the new brackets, so that's a good sign. Oh yeah, Bodhi, that's right, on Hawaii. Yeah. In old school. There we go. Okay, so this is the last set of little roof pieces that I need to do. Okay. Peace. So. Finally done. Apart from these awnings. Shit. Oh yeah, that's because they were attached and I didn't want to spend too much time on it. So did I remove them? Oh, I probably misspelled them. Yeah. Okay. I just love the Most Wanted where you race for pink slips and you get their car. Hell yeah. Oh god, yeah, I completely forgot about that. That was such a good game, you know? Such a good game. Like, I watched like a review or like a, I don't know, like a breakdown of it. Like, I think like last month. And it was just so funny, like all the stuff that you forget, like how terrible like the post-processing is, you know? Because like we look at it with rose-tinted goggles, but it definitely suffered from what was it? The brown filter, you know, that like a lot of games had at a certain point. It was just brown, yellowish. Like, didn't really look good. But hey. Okay, so where are these? Are those guys? Yeah. Do you prefer working on medieval environments? Do you like all settings the same? For now, I'm really feeling like medieval. But after this one, I'm probably gonna do something else. But we're no long. We're far away from the finish line. Let's say it that way. So I'm gonna steal this guy. These things can go. Yeah, I don't really have a like. It's not that I have this like specific idea of like, oh man, I only want to do like medieval stuff. I don't really have that in mind, you know. Like, the reason why I like this is there's like a lot of like it's like an unexplored time. I know it sounds silly to say that because like there's so many medieval time or like medieval games out there, right? But it feels like there's a lot of like if you start really digging deep, you start looking into like certain time periods, like there's still so much that we can uncover. So for example, I'm sticking with like very early style medieval stuff, right? So barely any metal work, which makes like a huge difference because yeah, like how would they build a building, right? Like just the techniques used in them are going to be like really different. Which that just by itself, I find like really interesting. What the heck is this? What did I do with this roof? Jeez. Okay. So we're gonna get rid of this as well. We're gonna do a justice. It's mostly medieval and not exactly medieval as in a historical sense. Yeah, like I think most of the times that I deviate from it is just in the way that the scenes are set up, right? But I think the individual components are rooted in like historical medieval. Because like if you look at the scene, right, like it definitely leans way more towards what is it? It definitely leans a bit more towards like a fantastical interpretation, right? Because it is oh shit. It is really dense in its makeup. Right? And that they had like multi-storage building. Well, I'm saying that they had like multi-storage buildings, and this is something that you wouldn't necessarily see all that much, right? Like, this is kind of like an in-between between, like, this would be like a large town that would have like a stone castle and like a church and all that stuff in it, but I don't have those components. So it's definitely leaning more into like the fantasy side with most things. Plague Tale and Kingdom Come Deliverance had it, but it's hard to find any other good period representations out there. Yeah, and I think that's also because it's a time that's kind of been forgotten, right? Like all the medieval like wooden structures for the most part just been burnt down. And like you kind of have to look at like paintings if you're lucky. But yeah, it's really tricky to find like good source material, like you're saying. Oh yeah, like Scott was saying as well, you won't get it 100% without like 5 PhDs. Yeah, and also like there's always like choices that you need to make. Choices that you have to make in terms of what makes an interesting scene, right? Because you could make the argument that, for example, like the torches on the wall, right? They look visually like really interesting, but they don't make sense at all. Because they would burn out in like a very short amount of time, but they do add something nice to the environment, right? Especially at night. The same thing for little lights that are left outside or something like that to indicate like some sort of path. That is, yeah, just not realistic. How did I approach the roofs here? Oh, so yeah, they do have like a layer between them. We're gonna do the same thing. Hyperreal. Yeah. Tim, imagine they use your assets to create a history documentary on how people used to live. That would be awesome. What I have been thinking about is there is an organization in my small hometown, which is what I named the project after. And I'm gonna see if I can get in contact with them and have a chat with them. I don't know if it will lead to anything, but I think it would definitely be interesting to have a chat. Because they have documented the history of our local town, and I'm gonna see if, I don't know. For one, they have like more interesting reference material, right? But like most of the stuff is on their website, so I don't think they do, but I might be wrong. And a lot of, well, first of all, it's hard to find references for like a small town like we were, right? But I did find, I'll show you. I did find a drawing from 1400s, 1300s. So it's close-ish. Let me see. Where is it? Oh, from the 1600s, right? But like, I found this like really interesting. Like this little sketch drawing. Like there's so much that you can get out of this. Like I love this. But that's from that agency, right? That went through like a lot of people's art and they tried to like place it as or they tried to find like references from our hometown. And like this was one of the sketches that what was it? Let's see, yeah, like a Dutch painter made that lived in like the 15 to 1600s, and he made this when he made his journey through to Brussels. And one of his sketches was like this little painting that has been preserved and is like 13 by 19 centimeters tall. Yeah, and this is... So... Let's see. The St. Antonius Church. So if we go to... We go here. That's this church right here. And that's like in the center of town. Obviously, it looks like way different now. Obviously. Let's see. So that's the church. So you could imagine that like this still has like some semblance of like the road structure that is here, right? So you could make like a judgment call that this would be like the place of like this old what would you call it, inn. I find this really fascinating, you know, because the rotation of the church is still the same roughly. You could kind of see it happening, which is like super interesting. Where you would kind of have something, you know, like this. I don't know. I find it super fascinating, you know? I'm so happy that I found this stupid little sketch. I was even thinking about like getting the book as well. But I'll need to see if I can find it once I go back to Belgium. Yeah, there's like these things, right, where we could glean from like recreations that I got back. What do you mean? That's weirdly sad. Oh, just how stuff gets lost over time? I don't know. I find it super interesting. And like this is probably gonna be the next scene that I'm gonna be building with the pieces that I'm currently working on, right? I'm doing a lot of research when it comes to like very early settlements of Antwerp. And I'm kind of having a look at the evolution of it and like where different streets would run and like how the fortifications were built up and like the topology of the terrain around it, right? Trying to like recreate it from like old sketches and all that kind of stuff. That's going to be an interesting project as well. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have fun with this. On my point before, Ubisoft owns historical accuracy punk with the Assassin's Creed series. I forgot. Oh yeah, but that's also, they put like a lot of emphasis on it too, right? Like they have I think they work with like an actual historian, like either full-time or at least part-time as an advisor. That whenever they develop a game, they have like a lot of knowledge coming from those people. It's fucking awesome. I love that. A great reference to the 14th century castle, this Gideon Castle. Yeah. Trust me. I've done my part in looking at that castle. But thanks for bringing it up though. They have like a really cool series which is called like the Fires of Gideon, where they go down and they break down like all the building materials used and like how they built it up, because as you will see, a lot of my reference is from Gideon. This is all stuff from Gideon, right? So you're 100% on point. I have like the interesting thing is there that I scoured like people's blogs that went on vacations to Gideon and kind of build up like a timeline of the different sections of Gideon, so I can kind of see how like a thing would evolve over time, right? So for example, you can what is a good example? You can see the watermill without like any of its walls. Then here's one with the walls, right? So it gives us like a really interesting look into like how stuff is built up over time. Super interesting to follow. Super interesting. Yeah, like all the carpentry buildings and like the stuff that they use, like the tools that they use, like most of it just comes straight up from Gideon. Yeah, you're on point with that, Peter. Proper reverse engineering. Oh, yeah. I don't know, because this is also the thing that happened, right? Like, this is my second iteration of my reference board because I lost it once in time. But yeah, proper like reverse engineering when it comes to like the different styles of cabinets. Um, you know, a lot of research that I've done. Even like the stuff that was really interesting that I learned with Gideon was all the furnaces that they made in the blacksmith area that didn't work. So you have like the big furnace here, but they also had like an outdoor furnace at some point, and they also had like this bloomery furnace, which is like to melt the ore into like into what is it, to actually purify like the melted ore into something that can be used to then make the swords with, right? So this is what you see here. And usually those furnaces, they're made out of clay. So what they do is they make them from one time, and then once it's done, like it's destroyed. It's like a one-time thing. But yeah, hearing them talk about like this is a clip from the video where they tried different shapes of a furnace, like a square one, but they had issues with like the heat, so they tried like a rounded one next. This stuff goes really deep, and I find that like really fascinating. Be like, yeah, just super in depth with it, you know. Let's see, probably turn up the scale a little bit for this guy. Yeah, but that's the thing that I honestly love about this project, like the ability to, like the amount of research that I have to do. I honestly love it. Let's the seam. Oh, Scott, you were saying, yeah, it's cool, but I don't know, ideal that things get completely lost over time, which is pretty sad. Yeah. Yeah, I do get it. I do agree. Yeah, and that stuff just gets like intentionally destroyed too, right? By whatever means, like people not agreeing with it, or like not. It doesn't have to be for like malicious reason. Like even like, I think the biggest issue with that stuff that we have is we What is it? Like we have this period of suck that we need to go through. Like for example, buildings that are being built now, right? Like they have no like historical value to us, right? And like even when we get old, like even when we're like let's say 100 years old, they still will have no significance for us and even for our kids and maybe our grandkids, right? Still no historical significance. But what for if you have grandkids, what about their grandkids, right? Are some of the buildings that we live in now, are they going to have like historical references or like historical importance? I find that like a really interesting thing to think about. Obviously, like the mass production of the buildings right now is probably going to dramatically reduce the historical importance of them, right? Because there's just more of them. But yeah, I find it like a really interesting thing to think about. That there was probably for the longest time the same thing happened with like medieval buildings, right? Like, oh, what do you mean? Like my stupid shack is important to you? Like, I would be curious if we go back in time and you talk to like a medieval peasant and they're like, wait, why are we here talking about my building? You know, like, why is this important? Just imagine like the conversation with like I don't know, one of those people from that time, and they're just like so flabbergasted that you just want to look at their building. Movie about an environment artist going back in time would be a good comedy skit. Oh my god. It would be really boring, right? Because, like, let's imagine, right? Like, if you send, well, it depends on who you send back, right? The movie will be really boring if you send like a person from Quixel back, because the movie is all just gonna be about like standing in the cold for hours and hours just to get like a good scan of something that they want to scan. Scanning medieval times, a Quixel movie. Okay, so if we go with that thought experiment, right? Like, what would you do if you were to be sent back to like the medieval times? Like, what would you, as like a professional environment artist, do? Like, what would be your plan? Where would you go? And maybe to make it more interesting, you can bring one thing. I always wanted to see a video game where they build physical sets, scan those, and then make a game like that. Am I returning? Oh, good question. Yeah, you are returning. So let's say yeah, you just return. I don't want to put like a time frame on it, but you are returning. Yeah. Talking about the sets. That's this game. Have you ever seen this game, Scott? So this is a game that is made by the people by hand and then scanned in, and then they make like a game out of it. You gotta, they have like a documentary or like a making of or so. Yeah, making of teaser. Like the stuff that they're doing, like, is freaking nuts. Look at this! It's fucking nuts. Oh my god. This is so crazy. Oh my god. Real life modular pieces. Let's go. Look at that. Oh my god. I just love this frame of him pretending that he's liking the retopology. Just like, yeah, I'm having fun. Oh my god. Such a pain. This is such a painstaking progress. I think, if I remember correctly, right? You gotta check out like the making of yourself. But I think they were already working on this game for like 7 years, I think. Nanite? Well, no, they're using Unity, right? Yeah. Where was the screenshot? Yeah, wrong game engine. No Nanite. That would have probably been a bit of a time saver, huh? Yeah, but this stuff, like, I watched the documentary, like, it's fucking crazy. Super interesting, though. Where was the making of? Let me see. Where was the making of? Where did I see it? The amount of detail and texturing. Yeah, this stuff is amazing, you know? Yeah, so Harold Halibut started life in 2012. So they've been working on this for like 12 years. Just fucking nuts. Freaking nuts. Get a real job. How dare you? No, it is crazy to work on something for like 7 years. If I remember correctly, that's actually something that they brought up in like the making of as well, where they said, yeah, we got to be really careful with like how we like the games that we make, because realistically, if our next project is going to be something like this, then I can only make like 5 games in my life. I was like, wow, that's crazy. No? It's nuts. That's magnum opus. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Like you put so much of your own passion and creativity into a project like this. Yeah. This is something different than just a game, right? Just a game. Um. Oh, coming 2019 on PC and consoles. I think they had a little bit of a delay. But where? I think it might have been this one. Oh, is this in Berlin? Unite in Berlin. Oh. Yeah, but I'll share the link as well, just so that you can check it out. I might have watched this. Not sure. Yeah. I can remember this stuff. Yeah, so definitely go check this out because this stuff was really interesting. And like really creatively interesting as well. That there are people out there that do such like a specialized thing. But like a specialized work, like a specialized skill set, right? Like Jake is saying, right? It's cool. Quit and go work on it. It is cool. That's one of the things, like, I think with a game like that, you have to be so in it. You have to be so invested in it that it has to be like 100% match or nothing. Yeah, it's crazy that people follow that though. Like, I always find it really interesting that there are people that are chasing that stuff. Because I think I said it a couple times before, but we get carried away sometimes, you know, by like the amount of time that we spend to kind of like work in an actual production, right? Like a standardized production rather than like an experimental thing, right? Where you don't know if it might work out or not. Like, it's a huge risk. And there's definitely some benefits with that too, but yeah. Let's see. We're getting some layering done. Break these sections up as well. Yeah, it's actually crazy that they just went from like, look, we have this idea, we're just gonna pursue it, you know? Like, fuck it. We're just gonna go for it. Care what people say. I don't care if it makes sense or not. We're just gonna freaking do it. Let's go. Why is you not changing? Because this. Just gonna rotate this down. Gotta go. Thanks for the stream, Tim. As always, great conversation. Hope everyone has a lovely weekend. Same to you, Andrea. Always lovely to have you here. I hope you have a nice weekend. probably gonna... Instead, just increase like random mask. Maybe the scale. Alan, not to get all doom and gloom, but when do you think the job market will get starting better? There's still jobs out there. Like, I know a lot of people that are still in the running for jobs and are still getting jobs. Just probably not at the companies that are currently letting people off, right? Gotta keep looking, man. Keep looking. When will it get better? If you're talking about like when will the amount of junior applications that studios are having open increase? Not sure. It's hard to tell. Oh, I think we're gonna go back into that topic then, huh? Hi, Vivek. What do you think the main reasons for the 2023 layoffs all over the world? What is the main reason for that? In short, it's just upper management like being dumb and like coming up with reasons why they shouldn't take responsibility, and they try to shift the blame onto someone else, which is us. Like the people working at the bottom. That's the main reason. You know, like it is documented like in the case of Embracer, right? Like the reason why they are currently restructuring is because their major deal that was scheduled to be signed off for like $2 billion, I think, or 2 billion euros with Saudi Arabia, like a fund in Saudi Arabia, fell through last minute. So that meant that all the stuff that they've been buying up couldn't sustain that anymore because they had that one deal that fell through. And that's why they're restructuring now. Also, there's two parts that are like extra, right? If we keep focusing on Embracer. They bought up a whole lot of companies that, from what a lot of people could say, like didn't really make sense to buy up. So what I think what they were trying to do, and this seems to be like a very common playbook, like a thing, like the common playbook right now. You see that in not only games, but in other industries as well, where there are companies that purely will focus on consolidating the market to then have a bigger leverage over said market once they do so. This is happening in like a lot of other sectors as well. Embracer was doing the same thing, right? They were overpaying for companies that probably didn't make sense at that time. Not all of them, but like a lot of them that didn't make sense at the time for them to be going into. And then the investor funds that came in when COVID came up, that couldn't last either, right? But companies out there pretended that it was gonna last. So during the time when like a lot of investment money came in, groups like Embracer and all that stuff tried to consolidate the market so that they could come out of this crazy period with like a massive amount of funds being thrown into games, and coming out of it maybe thinking that they were going to survive on the long term, right? So they were playing it from like a very long term perspective. They were just looking to get like more market share, and then hopefully that would give them like a longer term influence over the market, right? But for that to happen, like what also happened is that they kind of threw out just like a lot of checks and balances that you would do in a normal economy, right? So purely from a business perspective, like the trend, like it's super simple, right? If we have to break it down, like the graph was going up enormously in games because there was a lot of people that were stuck at home playing games, so the games industry was booming. a lot of people, like business people, tried to jump on that train too. Probably made a lot of money, and then when the line goes down again, they all dump their money and stop investing in it. But the companies that are still in the industry and have like a long-term interest in staying into the industry, they kind of got fucked over. Yeah, but yeah, they kind of got fucked over. Plus, they also made deals with those companies, right? Got to take that into account. It's like a two-way street. So they saw like a massive amount of money coming into the industry. Let me actually see if I can find a graph. It was a graph shared by shit, I'm trying to think about the name. Fuck, it's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't think about his name. Trying to see if I can like see it on my timeline, but I don't think so. But basically, there was a graph that showed the relevance between the amount of investor funds that came in during COVID and after it. And that's what it all has to do with. The rooftops are coming along good. So the rooftops are done. I think right now the only thing that we need to do is like finish these like awnings. So these 4 little things, but they should be relatively quick. Yeah, there's always like a bunch of factors, right? Whenever something like this happens. So yeah. Let's actually make a little backup here. So we apply all that stuff. So I think, yeah, it does really suck for now. But we're gonna see like a stabilization happening, right? Like that's after this really shitty period, we're gonna see like a stabilization happening, and then hopefully the market will go back to normal. See, this looks good in Blender. We do have to fix like some issues here. Okay, where this stuff doesn't really make too much sense. I hope for the industry recovery by the next year. So Embracer has already said, I think, that they're going to be restructuring until June or July next year. What that means? No clue. Yeah. But also, I'll say this, right? Like it does suck. But don't look into it too much. Like as a junior trying to get into the industry, keep doing what you're doing. Don't think about the business side too much. And just keep applying. If there's no jobs, my advice would just be keep grinding on that work. Because there's going to be jobs available at some point, and I would rather see everyone that doesn't have a job currently and has issues finding one to be in a position where they get a job really quickly once they do get the option to. Yeah. Scott is saying the best way is to continue and apply even more. Yeah, I think the worst thing, I agree with that. And then also the worst thing that you can do is like get really bogged down and stop doing the work because you think there's no future in the industry. Like this stuff is gonna stabilize, right? I mean, there's more than Embracer. Epic have laid off around 14%. Yeah, but with it becomes a little bit trickier there, right? Because the reason why I bring up Embracer is because they have like a very clear roadmap. When it comes to Epic, for example, like they keep bringing up the reason that they're shifting their business model from Fortnite specifically, and they're going more into the creator model, right? But look at their numbers. How many people are playing Fortnite? They just had their biggest successful period in Fortnite ever, with like how many people playing concurrently? Like over 4 million or something like that, compared to what they normally have, which is only quote unquote 2 million. That's also a good point. Second favorite, like Epic was still hiring environment artists even during the layoffs. Yeah, because if we look at Epic, right, a lot of, well, at least from our side, what I remember, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, right, but like most of the layoffs came from Media Molecule, right? Let's actually look into that. And Media Molecule was a studio that's based in the UK, right? So you have this system where I'm gonna go out on a limb and I'm gonna make some assumptions that Fall Guys isn't like the cash cow that it was once once in a time. I don't know. You get what I mean. And that meant that they had to do some restructuring on that side of things, right? Because I think what people are sometimes confused by is that I feel that companies focus a lot on the sustainability of their own products, right? Because if you look at Epic at large, like they could sustain the financial hits of a studio like that, right? They could potentially keep everyone employed. But to what degree do you keep doing that until like the whole infrastructure is basically paying for companies that aren't really bringing in money to then be retained, right? And I'm guessing, right? Because I think the there is like a really clear contradiction there, right? Where they're making like a shit ton of money with Fortnite. And I think they're still doing that. And now they're trying to go into like a new business, which is fine, but they're still making enough money with Fortnite to support all the people that are working there, by my assumption. So they didn't really need to fire people, but hey. If you need income, other jobs which aren't games don't mean you have given up or anything. They're just required sometimes. Yeah. The recruiter I was talking to got laid off too. Rip my chances. Yeah. Yeah, that's also an unfortunate thing, right? Like I know that once like cuts start happening, like those are the people on the front line that are gonna be let go the quickest, right? Like the people that are trying to get new people in because they do a hiring freeze. Yeah, those are the people that are gonna be cut. But look, what it basically comes down to, right, is that a company can make like any bullshit reason up, like at any point, basically. Because even if like people would find out that it's not because of X, but it's because of Y, those people are still gonna get kicked out anyway, right? Like the layoffs are still gonna happen. Yeah, I know I don't want to sound like super pessimistic, right? But like the way that I turn that negative energy of that stuff happening is to look for something that's sustainable that I have full control over, right? Beyond extent. There's an example of this, right? Like I purposely set that up to help people, but also to be more financially independent too, right? And I know, like, it doesn't have to be a community. It doesn't have to be anything. Like, there's so many ways that you can build something like that up myself or yourself. And I know that it isn't easy, right? It takes a lot of time and a lot of work. And especially as a junior, you're probably not in a good position to do that. But I would beg to differ, right? Like, just, yeah. By building something that's a little bit more secure for yourself that you have control over. And I wish that you didn't have to do that in this industry. Well, and in other industries as well. Look at VFX, for example. Like, right? They're getting cut hard as well, or like hit hard. Yeah, that's why I would give the advice to look for something that you are in a unique position to make for yourself, that you have full control over, instead of only relying on your employer. What's the tier list of who gets cut first? Oh god. Yeah. I mean, I know it's a joke, but like yeah. It's basically the people that will probably join last, right? The more important you are to a company, the lower down on the list you're going to be. Hi Timothy, is it weird to ask for a referral from a mentor for an internship opening? No? Not really? Fully subjective. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I hope. Yeah, I mean, it's so easy to be like a Debbie Downer about all this stuff, right? But I really hope that people look at all the layoffs that are happening right now and realize that there's no better way of putting it, right? Like that a company, when it comes down to it, doesn't really care about you, no matter if it's in games or like another company, right? Like if they need to cut, if they need to cut expenses, like you're gonna be one of the expenses, right? I know it's very doom and gloom, but I hope I hope that people can turn this into like some positive energy as well, where they can be like, hey, look, okay, I got screwed up. I got screwed up. And now I'm going to do something about it. Right? I'm going to put something in place that at least like diminishes the chances of me getting screwed up next time. Because, yeah, I'm not speaking from experience, right? I've never been let go. I've never had to go to a situation like this. But, yeah, I'm glad that I kind of have something on the side that I can count on when the going gets rough. Smile and wave? No! No, that's the opposite of what you should do. You should take action. You're not smiling and waving. Oh my god. Megval, are you saying that you would be the person just smiling and waving as some of your colleagues get laid off? That's horrible. How dare you? I knew that's not what you meant, by the way. still see quite a few positions for I think I fit for, but they're all AAA and I don't have experience yet. I'm looking on building two super portfolio pieces though. Yeah, that's good. Keep it work, right? Keep working on it. There's like I'll say it again, right? Like there's a lot of people that I talk to on like a daily basis that are getting jobs or have recently gotten jobs, right? Like it's not because there's a lot of layoffs that there's no opportunities. Opportunities are just going to be like a little bit more scarce, right? But you can still get in. You can still make it. And hey, like hopefully you all know if there's anything that I can do to help with that, let me know. You know, like make use of the portfolio reviews, make use of Whip Wednesday. If there's anything that I can do to help there, happy to do so. I don't have colleagues, I'm innocent. My favorite pastime activity is standing outside game dev offices and laughing. Oh my god, you're so evil. You're on the blacklist now. Do you know that, right? You're never getting in. I'm gonna report you to the official game dev reporting agency. Yeah, but like the thing is, right, like we can talk about it so many times and I don't mind talking about it, but it's just it doesn't take away like any of the sting of being in a position where you're directly affected by these things, right? Especially when oh, yeah, of course we have to bring this up as well. Especially when they then after letting go like a whole bunch of people, then they bring out like a financial report saying that they only quote unquote made like 100 and whatever million this year in profit. It's just like, come on, man. We can do better than this. Hey, that looks way better. I think the sides need some polishing up. But I like the layering that we have going on here. We need to... McFall, you can come over. I got like 5 near me. Only. Yeah, exactly. Only, quote unquote. Didn't Blizzard lay off a bunch of people during their most profitable quarter ever? Yeah, but they're far from the only one, I think. Yeah, Varun, welcome to the chat. I know this is the thing. This is the only reason why I don't really like talking about it, right? Because I don't want to sit here and make everyone that comes to the chat like feel bad about like an industry that they're really passionate about, right? I think that it is gonna get better. There's more conversations about this stuff than ever before. So I don't... This is what I was saying and Scott was saying as well, right? Like, don't let this stuff get get you dragged down. Because there's still opportunities in there. There's still awesome people that are making awesome games, and there's, I would say, like now more than ever, people that have a different sense on what it means to like actually run a company, right? And we're seeing more sustainable practices being put in. The thing that you just have to keep in mind is that change takes time. I know it sucks, but unfortunately, that's the way that this stuff goes. Let's fold it back a little bit. Yeah. Hoping I can get an internship. I still have till 2025, hoping things get better. Oh, yeah. If you still have that much time, what I would do, Varun, is just don't look at it. Honestly, like at that point, like if you still have that much time, we might be talking about like a completely different state of the industry. So, yeah, I would honestly like not look at it and only start looking at it whenever you get close to it. Because otherwise, you're just gonna make yourself sad for no reason, you know? Let's see, how did this look? It doesn't look too bad. I think maybe we need to spherify a lot of these things, because sometimes when you have like flat planes like this, that's when it becomes like really obvious. So like sections like this one, for example. Oh yeah, we need to cover up the sides a little bit too. Random is saying, it's hard, I've been trying to break in for over a year after finishing school, but I remind myself that if I had given up 100%, I wouldn't get in. Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people, they get so close that they don't even realize how close they are, and then they choose to do something else, right? So I'm convinced that everyone, if they put in their time and if they're really curious about this, and if they're talking to people that are in the industry, right, and if they're asking questions, anyone can make it in. And I've also seen that like time and time again, right? Oh yeah, McVal, I saw you asking that question before. Let me take a sip and then we'll talk about it. And then straight after, we'll get to your question, Varun, as well. So how did you make those mud paths? Are those terrains or meshes? So they're separate meshes. I have them over here. So you can see that they have geometry that I created with let's see, they're pretty dense though, but yeah. Like I basically created the texture inside of Substance Designer, right? And I have two of them, like two of these sections on one texture. So then I used a displacement map, which is probably what you can see here, right? So I subdivide the surface, I do a displacement, and then I decimate it afterwards to make it low poly again. And then I just clean up a little bit, make sure that the edges are tapering down so that it blends into the surface, right? Like blends into the terrain. And I then use landscape splines inside of Unreal Engine to duplicate them and like scatter them on any landscape spline that I need. But yeah. That's the way that I approach them. And then they also blend with the terrain using RVT. Runtime virtual textures. Just to blend them with the terrain as well. Works pretty well. Let's go to your question then, Varun. How common is a low to high poly modeling for environment in games? A lot of research I've been doing shows high to low poly via ZBrush being more common. So it depends on what you're looking for, right? So if you're talking about sculpting in ZBrush and you're doing a high to low poly workflow, most of the time that is used for like a very natural or organic approach, right? So for example, rocks, perfect for that. Like just go into ZBrush, you make a high poly in ZBrush, you decimate it down in ZBrush, and then you bake your high poly to your low poly. Very common. When it comes to actual assets, right? Like if you make like a unique asset, and let's say you're making a lunchbox, you're not necessarily going to go in ZBrush unless you're going to do some interesting dents on top of your high poly that you've made inside of Blender or in whatever program, right? So you can still do like a ZBrush pass on top of your high poly that you've created before, but then you would just do it for like dents or cracks, or I don't know, if you want to project like a font or something like that. That's way easier to do in ZBrush. Well, if you're used to it. So, how common is it for modeling? I would say that it's still super common, especially when it comes to the creation of props, rocks, rocks, potentially tileable textures, because you can sculpt like shapes and then bake them down into a tileable texture, or bake them down and then use them in Substance Designer, right? There's a lot of options there. But I think what's actually more important there is just having a fundamental understanding that that is a technique that can be used for just more than baking it down onto an asset. Because for example, if you want to make like a city like I'm doing, right? Like you still need to sculpt a trim sheet and then bake that down, right? So the act of baking something from like a high poly to a low poly is going to be very common. Oh, can I actually... Hey Toritar! How did you make those roofs? You can kind of see how I made them. So I made like a little script that scatters individual pieces, which are, let's see, Ruhave scatter. So I have like my individual little bits of hay over here, and I then put them into like a little script that just scatters it, or like a geometry node setup in my case. And then together with like a model underneath it, or like an asset underneath it, that's how I create the roofs. And I use the same thing for the tiles as well. And like these plank roofs too. Same sort of method. I was gonna have a look at this guy, because I think what I can do is I think I can use some of this draped stuff. And use that as like an edge on this rooftop here. I think my question is more, how did you make the hay thing and the invisible alpha part to it? Okay. Those are both made, well, the texture is made in Substance Designer. You can see it's not in there anymore. I'll open it up so you can have a look. I think. Yeah, we can do something like that. It's going to save us like a little bit of time. Say what's up. You talked about releasing this on the Unreal Engine Marketplace, right? Are you planning to also do lots? Yeah, just auto-generate them. Super easy to do. I'm gonna do that. Probably the quickest way. They don't need to be perfect, right? They just need to kind of work functionally. And if people really want to make them perfect, they can put in a little bit of time themselves. Let's see. Asset library, which is currently a mess, but we're just gonna ignore that. So, hey, source files. Is this the correct one? Let's have a look. Hello? There we go. So, I'm gonna give a quick overview here, right? I just have this shape. I have two variations of them. So I have like a straight one and I have like a more curvy one. I then have two tile samplers that I mix together to create like the base hay, right? Or like the base thatch for the roof. I then also make sure that I have like a mask for where I don't want stuff to be, right? Because the way that I plan my trim is that I have the top, which is like when you're looking straight at the ends of like a thatched roof, right? So that we can make stuff like this. I need to apply that to this one actually. Is this pre-Adobe Substance Designer? Hell yeah! Pre-Adobe, baby! So that means that I can create stuff like this, right? When you're looking straight at the thatch, that I can still have something there, which looks pretty nice. The second part of the section, or like the trim, right? Like these are two trims, is like where they put sticks and branches to hold the roof together, which is super handy for things like where you go to like the top section of a roof, right? Where I can have this nice little trim on top of it. And then the rest of it, like the main component, is my tileable, right? Which I use for like the majority of the sections. And then the alpha actually gets controlled with this little section here, right? Where I say, this is my masked map, and it's only gonna generate on the stuff that is black. Right, so you can see that the bottom is always empty. And then this goes straight into, with like a threshold map, it goes into the alpha over here, like the opacity. So I have like everything is filled out at the top, but then it goes into like an alpha at the bottom, so that I get like nice see-through strips when it comes to the thatched roof. Which then creates this, right? Because I can use the see-through strips like at the ends because they end naturally. And then the main component of the roofs is always going to be the main component of that texture. So if I look at the core, right, because this is just like a solid piece of mesh, this is purely going to be using like the middle part. It's not even going to be using the alpha or like the opacity part of it. Hey Sean! Welcome. How are you doing? Does that make sense, Toritar? No, it was like a very quick overview. Apply rotation. I'm gonna invert the scale here. I might honestly just keep it like that and I'll part up a little bit. Oh dude, soft selection is so good. Right, and we just move that into place. Oh, can I select the trim? Yeah, there we go. And we just match that with the ends. I have a question about modular building parts. Currently I'm making some modular parts, some walls, etc. Yeah, go ahead. Now, in pieces, they look kind of dirty, so we're gonna down. That opacity output isn't an output in the metallic roughness template, right? But to create it, we just connect the full black and white map into an output with the opacity name, I guess. Yeah, you also have to set it as like an opacity here as a component. I'm bringing them into Unreal, but I was wondering about the texturing the inside of the wall. It should be different from the outside. So I was wondering if you had any advice. Yeah, that's pretty simple. What you do, right, let's see if I have like a flat piece of wall. Like as flat as possible. Oh, this guy. So what you do, right, imagine that this is your wall. is you want this side to be different from that side, is you just assign like a different material to the backside, right? So let's say I want my backside, like the backside of this wall, to be mud. Oh shit, we need a second slot for this. Let me go back a little bit. Yeah, so we add a new slot. We add the material that you want to add to it. And then you just select like the faces. I'm doing this in Blender, right? And then you just add like a new material slot to it, right? And the way that this is now going to show up in Unreal is, you can see that here as well. If I go to this little asset here has two material elements. So it has one for all the wood, and it has one for the thatch roof, right? So that's what you need. You just need like a different material attached to like a different side of the wall, and that's it. Figured it out. Thanks. No worries. Should be the same in Maya. Just highlight the faces and set the material. Thank you, McFall. It's been ages since I used any other program, so I had no idea. Oh, so it's as simple as that? So I can still overlay the UVs and I don't have to have items separated into one UV map? It depends on what you're doing, right? If you're working with a tileable texture, like once you assign like a different material, they work independently from each other. So there's no relationship between the UVs anymore. Yeah, probably gonna keep it at that. I think anything else is gonna make it more confusing than it is. Oh shit, no! Flip this around. There we go. That's why I wasn't seeing it. Oh no, I was. Oh yeah, because it's two-sided. Of course. So. Oh, I need to fix the decals. How do you figure out the scaling of the objects? Do you just import an Unreal character into Blender, and to import an asset? Oh, okay. So those are two good questions. For one, my scale reference, always, I have multiple of them in the scene. So I always have like a scale reference that I keep handy. Which is exactly like you said, just an Unreal character or whatever character that is around like 1.8 meters. Just a standardized character, and get it into Blender or your modeling program. And then for importing assets into Unreal, do you have to put the origin somewhere specific? It depends on what program you're using. Some programs have it built in that it will put the object to the origin of the scene. But there's also batch exporters for this. So what a batch exporter does is like the thing that you see here, right? Is whatever I select here, it will move this object and its pivot point where it's at currently to the center of the scene and then export it, but it will do it in the background so you don't have to see it. So whatever program you're using, you can just type in Maya batch exporter, and you will probably get like a couple of add-ons or scripts that you can use if it doesn't have it out of the box. There's one thing. Waddle, boom, boom. Don't need all of this shit. Okay. I'm using Blender 2. Should I use that add-on? Depends on what you need, but I can send you the add-on, yeah. Doo-doo-doo. I should probably Control A and apply all transforms too, right? No, not necessarily. Just make sure that your pivot point is in a good position, and then you should be good. Because what applying all transforms is gonna do is that it's gonna put your pivot point like at the center of the scene again, and that's not what you want, right? Like you want to make sure that your pivot point is always the reference point. So for example, you see that like on this asset, like my pivot point is here because what this batch exporter is going to do in the background is going to do this, right? Going to use this point to know where it should put it, like in the center of the scene. As a visualization. And if I were to apply all transforms, you can see that the pivot is no longer here, but it's all the way in the center. That's not what you want, right? Because now, if I were to export this, it's going to have this offset in Unreal as well, which is not what I want. Oh yeah, we were fixing the materials. What we could actually do, I'm gonna take a bracket from here. I'm just gonna use that on this guy. So that we have like a nice looking bracket. Yeah, right. But won't assets being away from the origin point when exported or imported into Unreal be in the location that you exported them from in Blender? No. That's the whole point. That's why you use an add-on like this. To make sure that it does that offsetting for you, right? That you don't have to do it manually. So let's take a step back. If I were to export this one thing with the standard exporter, this would have the offset that I have right now versus the scene origin, right? That's how it would come in. But now what this add-on is gonna do, it's gonna put it in the center of the scene, and then it's gonna only have the offset like on the pivot point. Yeah, the add-on moves the object to the world center for you on export. Yeah, exactly. Probably a better way of explaining it. Just seen there's a Roblox preset in Substance. They're taking over? I mean, makes sense, right? I was reading about Roblox like yesterday, I think. Don't they have like 45 million concurrent users currently or something like that? Let me check that. No. So they have well, from Row Monitor, I don't know if this is anything correct. There's currently 5.2 million people concurrent on the platform. Well, it depends on where you're looking, because other ones, they report something different, so I don't know. Yeah, so it says that Roblox has like 43 million daily active users, of which 70% of them are under 16. Okay. Of course, Roblox is the game engine of the future. Oh god. Yeah, it is a disturbing sentence, but I don't think it's necessarily wrong. I think that's probably like the more disturbing part of it. What are you making? Is it a concept or something of my own? Yeah, something from my own. Let me show you for the new people that have just joined the stream. Kind of get like a bigger glimpse of everything. Yeah, this is the scene that I'm working on. I'm just going through like all the assets and like refining them myself. Yeah. Multiple points of view. I've done everything apart from the characters, right? The characters are from Big, Medium, Small, from another company. The rest of it I've done myself. Yeah. Just having fun with my own little world. Don't mind me. There's a section on the Wikipedia page for Roblox about the oof sound effect. Oh, but that's such a good sound though. You gotta give him that. That is such a good sound. Ooh. Let's see. It's a whole copyright saga? Oh, really? Sound plays in my head every time my PC crashes. I didn't even know that it was like a whole copyright issue thing. I mean, I'm also not surprised. Where does it originally come from then? Wasn't it from a YouTube video? Am I just misremembering this? Completely? How I think I read that sentence, Sarah. Like it's a whole copyright saga, and I was immediately thinking about like all the YouTube videos that I'm gonna watch about this later. Like the controversy of the oof sound in Roblox, you know? Like the screaming characters like, oh my god. Like in the thumbnails. So you have like 2 levels, one for the finished project and one for the whole assets. Yeah, this is just like a little test level where I'm just like making sure that all the assets are good. It also doesn't have like all the fancy lighting. Good question, the sound effect so old? I had no idea that it was so old, by the way. You can't hear it in Roblox these days because Roblox doesn't have the rights. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I'm gonna go down a YouTube rabbit hole on this one. Sure. By the way, I'm highly disappointed in the lack of house building team during the stream. Well, Megval, talking about copyright, that's why it's not during the stream. Only no copyright music allowed. Should have kept the ends. So we're just gonna break this shit apart. Go with that. I'm just gonna select all of this, remove all the rest. Then we're gonna see if we can cut this into 2 pieces. Oh. Please. Oh my god. Time to start crowdfunding so you can purchase the rights to it. Think how you explain how you made the ground texture. No, before I was explaining how I made the model. Oh. Mud puddles. The models. Oh. Been quite a long stream, huh? It actually kind of has like a nice ring to it, the models. So, the way that I created the models is I created the texture in Substance Designer first. Then I used the height map of that texture to project that onto a mesh that I have inside of inside here. I'll show it off again really quick. Right, once I have the height map, I then use it to displace it using the displacement modifier. You can see what that does. Right, and then I optimize this and have it as like separate meshes that I can just add onto a spline inside of Unreal Engine with the built-in landscape splines. So this guy is done. Wait, quicker. Oh, we need to. Not done yet. We got one thing. The brackets. I need my brackets. I could take the original one again, but like always, I'm being very lazy and Probably costing me more time than it should. But here. Actually, really chill stream today, guys. I just want to thank you for being so fucking awesome, you know? Really good questions, good discussions. I want to say thanks for being here, you know? Sean is asking, does your Blender to Unreal Engine export tool export splines into Unreal? No clue. No clue, because I don't think so. You never know? I've honestly just never tried that. Like, usually what I do with my splines is I convert them to geometry before I do anything with them inside of Unreal. Attach the roof to this, and then we're gonna update this guy as well. So we're gonna see this guy change in real time. Looks horrible. Wait, hold on. Oh, I forgot to add these guys into it. Oh no, this one guy. Hmm. Hold up. Mikael is saying, I think it's not going to export splines because the Blender 2 Unreal plugin applies the modifiers and merges meshes. Interesting. How do you select just one part of the mesh and then select the whole section of it? That is select link, and I have that set to my mouse. So like the back button on my mouse selects everything linked, and then I just have to set it to like a selection mode that I want. But you can also select linked. Oh, no, wait. Where is it? Hold up. Is that a different menu? Where do I have this from? I was sure that was here. Oh, it is. Select linked, and then you get this little menu. So I do this a lot. Right? You see me like whenever I'm selecting like a whole thing, like I'm just pressing the back button. Yep, it's L. Exactly. So you made the mud puddle material in Designer and then applied the whole textures in place, subdivided, and displaced it with a height map, etc. Yep. Exactly. I just have my displacement set to UV, so I can control the placement of the roads based on my UVs. Oh, what with a new one? Where we import it. There we go. Yep, L or Control L. Thank you so much. Okay. So you only have one material for the whole mud puddle thing on your ground. Yeah. Yeah, for the meshes, yeah. These are the meshes, right? You can see that like the mesh allows me to sink it into the floor, which is really helpful for like a landscape. But that's it. And then the landscape material has like all the other layers, right? So the landscape material also has the mud, like the normal mud, in it as well, that it can kind of blend to. Like the normal mud has the same base look as the mud, it just doesn't have like the tracks in it. But the rest is the same. So they use the same kind of mud as a base, so that they blend nicely together. Which you can see kind of see here, right? And then, because I think you mentioned this before, I then have like little bits of like wetness, like as decals, that I project on top of that too, just to give it like some little bit of extra detail. Yeah, this is... Yeah, so this is the difference, right? Like with or without puddles. And the puddle on top of it is just a decal. Hey Tim, what do you think about GDC? I was thinking about grabbing tickets this year. Yeah, I would say have fun. Never been and probably never will because it's fucking expensive for a European. It is insanely expensive. I have a look every year. Don't know why, but I have a look every year and kind of do like a cost estimation. And I think last time, I think it was like 12k or something like that. Just to go to GDC, to fly there, and to do GDC, the hotel, and all kind of stuff, right? Without any extra expenses, was like 12,000 euros. Maybe it was with like all expenses cut into it. But I was like, cool. That will send me back. That will set me back like a quarter of my year in terms of income. Like, that's not worth it. So that's why. It looks cool. It always looks like an event that I really want to go to, but it's not worth like that amount of money to me. So yeah. Holy shit, that's insane. What would you call that technique? I kind of have to see a tutorial for it. What would you mean, that technique? Like the technique where I just have like a little decal on top of it with water? Also, any reason for decals instead of vertex paint? They're just more flexible. Because I can project that decal on anything, and if I then have to set up like vertex paint, I have to do that like per asset, right? Where like a decal, I can just have the flexibility, I can move it around. Plus, it also projects onto my terrain as well. right? So I don't have to, like, you're not dealing with like painting on the road and then painting on the terrain to have like consistency between the two. Like I can just slap a decal on it and be done. That's why just way easier to work with, especially for something like this. Yeah, but GDC sounds fun though. Like I know some people that went to it and it always sounds like a really good time. Just yeah. Any chance that my work could send me there? Yeah, I'll ask myself. I don't work for a company anymore, so I'm still paying it out of my own pocket. And I cannot convince my boss to let me go. I'll tell you that much. I've tried. I try that every year. It doesn't work. My boss is just too damn sensible, you know? The technique of like those little planes with the textures and adding the height and then the decals, I really don't know how to do it. I'm lost. So when you're talking about like offsetting it with the height map, you're talking about displacement. So you're probably gonna find there's probably gonna be like a bunch of videos of this, like displacement inside of Blender. You're gonna find a lot of those. Is it in your budget? Looks at personal bank account. Nope. Yep. Yep. Exactly. All right. So to give a little bit of perspective, right? If we're only talking about like Beyond Extent, right? And the money that it was making, I don't want to talk about current stuff, but like the money that it was making, like when I first decided to go full time, going to GDC would mean that I would sacrifice my entire year's salary just to go to a convention. So yeah, maybe at a certain point, who knows? What is happening here? That's a lot of... Oh wait, let's try something else. So if we rotate and move, big oof. Yeah, exactly. And also, like, there's also some really interesting conferences that I can go to here, right? Like Gamescom was really good. We did go to that one. That was awesome. I think for people that are here, right? We had a really successful first meetup in London during EGX, like a month ago. I remember. Track of time is non-existent in my head. But that was awesome. You know, what we're gonna do next year is we're gonna have like a community meetup at Gamescom. Like, it's already been decided. Like, we're probably just gonna have like a really nice meetup over there. Because yeah, it's more affordable. It's closer. You know, has all the benefits. Yeah. Keep that in your calendar, you know? I'm so looking forward to it. Like I gotta be honest, like I didn't really know what to expect from this one, right? Like from our first meetup ever. But it was such a big success. Like I loved like hanging out with everyone that I'm just really excited now to do like next year's one. Like I'm hyped. Like, and this is probably, yeah, the most hyped that I am about something. Like it's fucking awesome. Good amount of layers going on. I think we can still like tweak it here and there, but oh, we need to change the decal shader. Gamescom is awesome. Hell yeah. Yeah, met up with so many cool people there. So good. I know I wanted to get out there, but couldn't get my passport in time. Your passport? Oh, you're talking about Gamescom, or are you talking about EGX? Because I thought you lived in. Wait, I thought you lived in the UK. No, but you're probably in the US then, right? I will say this is like one of the main benefits that I've seen is that the amount of, well, the income that you have as like an American, especially in game dev, right? Like it gives you so much more flexibility in terms of like international travel because your currency, you get so much more comparatively, right? Even as like a junior, obviously the costs and all that kind of stuff, but like it gives you like a lot of flexibility once you go abroad. Like it's kind of nuts. Oh, okay. Florida. I don't know why I assumed that you were in the UK. I don't know. Yeah, but next year is going to be awesome. I'm really, really looking forward to it. Come on, let's go. Yes, that's solved. Cool. Populus, hey Tim. I'm gonna be doing a technical test soon for Ubisoft. Do you have any general tips or tricks for the test and the interviews in general? A technical test. Like you mean just about like environment art, technical skills, right? Some general tips there for the test would be to read to brief, and read to brief. It's super important because from the brief, like if you really read it and you like the reason why I overemphasize this is because you can get a lot out of reading a brief because it indicates what they are paying attention to and what they pay less attention to. So that allows you to focus more on the stuff that you think that they want to see. So for example, if it's an artist that is about a game and the game is going to have like a day and night cycle and it's going to have like different moods, right? If that is the sort of game that you're going to be doing an art test for, you know that mood is going to be an interesting, like an important topic there, right? So modeling is still going to be important, but make sure that the mood is the most important thing there. I guess I just like the job hunting aspect of GDC. Oh yeah, I know that I was kind of down on it, right? But I've heard really good stuff about it, about GDC, and especially the networking aspect, right? I just don't know what it is, right? I've never been there. I've heard really interesting stuff from people that have gone and that have made like really, really interesting connections there. I just can't like personally like relate to them. Thanks, that's pretty helpful. Yeah, let's see if there's anything else, right? Because the brief is going to be very important. Make sure that you take enough breaks. Ask questions if there are any questions. If you are uncertain about things, just send them an email back. That's also where like reading the brief comes into play, because sometimes the brief might be a little bit weird the way that it's set up. So ask questions. And then yeah, like I think most of the other stuff depends on what kind of artist you're gonna get that I can bring up. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. Do you know how long the artist is gonna be? BP, let's have a look. So I think these two are good to go as well. They look quite nice. Let's see, what is the last thing that we need to finish off? This one? This one does look a little whack. I don't know what to do with this one. How often are we using it? Oh, it's used in the carpenter workshop? Station. City entrance. That's an autosave, so I don't think it's in there anymore. I think we're honestly just gonna replace this guy with this guy. So delete, and then yep, let's do it. Let's go. There we go. And so the nice tips is gonna be 5 days from the day I receive it, which should be anytime now. Awesome. 5 days. Okay. It's a decent test. Yeah. I don't know. Like this can be so varied, right? I was gonna do a gamble of what it could be, but like 5 days can mean a lot. So probably best not making any assumptions. You'll figure it out. Yes, okay, so I almost need like a sound effect for this, because with these two things done, we've now completed this list. Fuck yeah! Apart from the purple stuff, but I'm just gonna ignore that, you know? Celebrate the moment. So that means that I've kind of gone through all the things that needed to be polished, apart from the ones that are like very early in block out. But the modules are actually done, apart from the stone ones, which is freaking awesome. So I don't need to worry about them anymore. Then we have like the market stuff, which is like 1 page, but that's like 60% done. We have the generic stuff, which is 80% done, I would say. So that's pretty good. Carpenter stuff, which is 50%. That's it. I'm happy about that. I'm feeling good. But I think the next steps would be, this is something that I'll have to do off stream because that's going to be boring as hell. Is I'm going to need to see what is going to be in the core pack. Like what I'm going to put in the core pack and what is going to be like a little expansion bundles or whatever we're going to call it. So I'll need to decide how I'm going to approach that stuff. Yeah, I'll see if I can find some time during the week. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it here, people. Thank you all so much for coming along, asking the good questions. I really enjoyed the chats that we had today. So many new people. We had a really good amount of people in total as well, which I'm really freaking excited about. But thank you all so much for being here. If you want to check out more of our resources, go check out our YouTube channel. It's filled with awesome workshops. And yeah, if you like this workshop, or like, not this workshop, this live stream, give it a like, share with other people. That helps me out tremendously, more than you'll ever know. And I appreciate it all. And with that, I'm just going to leave it here. Thank you all so much. Speak to you later, and stay creative.